with the upper division, since that is going to be where the story started in the first place. Because as you could see from the teams that are all here in the upper division, we had 4 teams get invited, right? And where did these other 4 teams filter in from?
The Decider Tournament, Cap.
And what is the Decider Tournament, Moxie?
It's where you had about 8 different teams that came together and had to duke it out for either the upper division or the lower division.
Yep.
That's right. We had basically 8 teams that were invited over the last 9 months. Valve pretty much was like, okay, well, I think you guys are kind of good. You guys are kind of good. They put 8 of those teams in there. The top 4 were able to make it into the upper division. The bottom 4 is where we're going to be seeing in the lower division, where we're going to be talking about them. But first, for this upper division, we do have, these are going to be your teams, as well as the placement that is going to be very important, because for those of you guys who don't know about the DPC, this is how teams are going to be getting to TI, to the majors and to TI, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you need to be able to score top 4, correct?
Correct.
For
but
upper
that
division?
depends. So the 3rd and 4th place teams from Europe will go to the major wild cards.
And got bottom 4, therefore they ended up in the lower division. And then our other 4 teams, where'd they come from, Moxie?
The other 4 teams, those went through open qualifiers, I believe, yes?
Yeah, so those are just like the wild west of open qualifiers, where you just put together your posse and you show up.
Yep.
And if you perform well, you make it.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, at least we had 2 of them. I was a bit upset, you know, our compadres in the South American region only had 1 for unknown reason. But seeding does certainly play a role, which is why I think that first open tournament tells me a bit more, specifically in Creepwave's case, who are my dark horse to make it all the way to D1. But yeah, you got a big deal because there's no relegation. So if you're top 2, you just make it into Division 1. Like, that's it.
That's right. You just swap places with the bottom 2 up at the upper division from the previous season. You just swap places with them. And then everybody else is going to be getting some money 3rd through 6th. 7th and 8th, though, of lower division.
Bible thump.
This is a merit-based economy, Cap. If you're not good enough to be top 6, you don't deserve a dime. And Valve literally won't give you one.
Yeah, you just straight up get the boot and no money to go with it.
You get the glory of being, you know, casted by, you know, some great casters and whatnot, right? You get that at least. I'm trying to be positive.
True. For the European lower division, you do indeed get casted by some great casters, as we are all going to be enjoying our time casting those games at some point in time. But for now, we are going to be talking about just general preseason stuff. I mean, I think the lower division is... You looking at some of those names on some of so many of those teams, I'm like, I don't know who you are. So I feel like this is going to be one of the biggest learning experiences I've ever had as a caster. Yeah,
it's already been tough for me. You know, I had to study late into the night just to get everybody's names down. Add that to the list of agnonym shards. It's just going to be a wild few weeks. I just hope we see some new blood because it's been a long time. We've had a lot of tournaments over this 2020. Now we're in a new year. You know. Yeah. Suddenly these guys because we had almost all invite tournaments. Now it was, you know, so open qualifier. You actually had a chance to make it onto a stage where you could be casted by beautiful faces like Moxie and me. Moxie, what do you think? You've been looking at, I know you've actually been doing a lot of research on this.
I have.
Right?
I've talked to a lot of my friends, some of them who have been team managers for some of the tier 2 teams, some of them that, you know, have like been playing pubs, and I'm really excited because the tier 2 stuff, like I come from, you know, the South American background where a lot of people didn't know anyone. I've been doing a lot of like NA tier 2 as well in the past like 6 months. So like you really get these cool storylines that come up. You get stories from people who have been playing pubs with them. You get all these neat things, and it's a chance for this talent to make a name for themselves, gain some fans. Like that's very exciting to me.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you guys on the spot here. I know I started this saying we don't know a whole lot of these names. So I feel like Moxie is actually the one who is in the best position to give me predictions for your top 8, basically. Who's going to be taken first? Who's going to be going home at the end of this? You guys have any predictions for this? I mean, Kyle, you already said...
Creepwave, right?
Yeah,
that's your dark
Creepwave
horse?
versus Hellbear Smashers is my choice for the top 2 teams that'll make it up to D1.
And why is that? Because on Hellbear Smashers, you've got some veteran names. You've got Misery in there, for
Yep.
example, as a captain. So I could see that, but what is special about Creepwave?
Well, I think Crystalis, just from the interviews I've seen of him, he looks like he's got a great attitude. He went from 10,000 to 11,000 MMR in less than a month, which is absurd. Like, that's just nuts. And their offlaner, Aman, is somebody that I know was recruited and scouted heavily by a few teams in CIS. Got the inside information when I was in Kyiv, and he chose this stack. And he's a 15-year-old kid, which traditionally in Dota has meant good things for a Dota team. If you were bringing them up in the scene, Sumail is probably the best example of that. So I think that they're gonna show a lot. And then the rest of the sticks, I don't remember the order, but it was Brame I think was 4th. Spider-Pig's 5th.
Yeah, it's fair.
I was just like, okay, well, these guys won the second open, so they obviously couldn't win the first, so they're going to be 7th and 8th.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to you just know who you think is going to do the best and maybe who's going to do the worst. Moxie, what about you?
I had said Hellbear Smashers as my number 1, Brame 2, just because you've got a lot of these talents. These are faces that we've seen, right? And they're just looking for the perfect combination where they can finally get those victories, get that synergy going. And I think those teams definitely have it. There's a lot of great talent in the other teams, but I haven't really seen a lot of them play, so they're kind of unbloodied so far. So I'd like to see a little bit more about it before I go with any of the others.
All right, fair enough. And is anybody going to be brave enough to go ahead and just call it out right now? Who's going to be knocked out of the DPC at the end of this opening season?
Metaphor Pro and no Bounty Hunter. Gone.
So you just straight up chose the teams who didn't make it through the first
I also
qualifier and
looked
only
at-
the second one?
I looked at some of their drafts, too, and I also noticed that only one of those 10 players had a Liquipedia page, which is a typically solid barometer for who's good. If you can't make it to Liquipedia, you're not going to make it to the live stage.
Okay, well, I think we've kind of set the stage. And there you have it. That is the opening match of the European DPC lower division, where we've got Kyle's favorites in Creepwave versus Spider-Pigs, a name that is actually probably one of the most established names in the lower division, because they go all the way back to 2016. Good old Spider-Pigs.
Hell yeah. They were sponsored, I thought, by, it wasn't Siberian Sea. They had some organization behind them.
Tempo or something?
Yes, Tempo.
Yeah, I think
Good
it's
call.
Tempo.
And they do have names. Like, I think a Thug is somebody that people have slept on legitimately all the way since the Boston Major, when him and Adfina made that huge run. He's a solid player.
Okay. Well, we're going to take some time to maybe collaborate our thoughts a little bit and talk about our opening match. But first, we're going to go to a break. Oh, those drums. To the break. Hit it to me. Break away. Hello and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, where we are here with our opening match of the entire European DPC. It's Spider Pigs versus Creepwave. I know some people at home are be like, oh, I can't wait for the European DPC. I can't wait to watch Secret versus OG. That is going to be a hype matchup. But like, we've got an entire lower division for a reason, right? And that is to be able to support the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene and support up-and-coming talent. Right, Kyle?
Sure.
All right, well, Kyle's just going to go ahead and give me that one. That is what we're here for, and that, I think, is a good opportunity for us to basically learn about players that we've never really seen before. Right, Moxie?
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of really people, especially, you know, one of Kyle's personal favorites, right, Amar. He's only 15.
All right, Moxie, I think I need to give you this one because I think you're... Oh, that is perfect. There you go.
So sorry, guys. I guess my mic died out on me already.
Yeah, that makes sense because I heard a lot of crackling and I thought I did something, but it was not my fault.
I assumed it was Kyle's fault as well.
Yeah, so did I.
It probably was in a roundabout way. But you were talking about brilliantly, you said very brilliant things about being able to look at new talent, right?
Right, yeah, the fact that, you know, you've got these other talents coming up, especially through the open qualifiers, people that we haven't seen before. And also, you know, we talked about very young new talent. One of Kyle's very favorite people, Amar, the fella, as I like to call him.
The fella.
You know, he's 15 years old. This is a kid who's got a lot of promise. And I'm really excited to see, you know, especially in this match, what he's going to do.
Yeah. And it's offlane as well. And typically, you know, you think about mind control is really, I think, the last true offlaner that came up out of the like in-house pub circuit. It's a shame in-house has died. I feel like that really hampered the ability of new talent to come up, but maybe this will sort of function in a way of a way to get these guys this experience. Okay,
well, hopefully we'll get to learn a little bit more about Creepwave, as I know we've got tons of content around all of these teams for the DPC. We just have Creepwave with what? Crystalis, Malrine, Amar, Alexo, and Fishman, correct?
Yes.
That's their entire 5-man roster. You guys are talking about Amar. Hopefully we'll learn more about Amar.
Good save.
With that camera,
Smooth.
I got one of them. I'll get the camera eventually here. Let's go ahead and learn more about Creepwave.
We need Shiva back. She hits her cues.
The open qualifier was almost the same as the way I see Division do right now. To us, we would have been disappointed if we didn't get through the first open qualifier. If we had to go through the second, that would be a loss for us. So every game in the open qualifier, we had some longer and tougher games, and we even lost one game in the finals. Overall, the games were not that hard. Like we beat most teams in like 25 minutes in both games. The way we've prepared for DPC is not that extensive yet, because our team was built like right after New Year's, like a week after New Year's. So we've only just been playing together for like a week. We haven't had a lot of time to prepare. We'd really like to be able to find an organization to bootcamp with, but to do all of that stuff within the time we're given is kind of hard. So we're just mainly playing scrims and playing pubs as preparation. Pigzs is actually a pretty strong team, I think. They're one of the best in this division. They might actually put up a challenge, but I'm very excited for the games today, and I hope we're going to win.
That was some confidence. They might actually put up a challenge.
I
feel
like it.
like Chrysalis is coming in here just being like, we're the best team here, and we're going to establish that.
10,000 to 11,000 MMR in 28 days. All right, I'm making have some confidence when he averages that sort of dominance, and I mean he's just here really to find a challenge, because obviously he wasn't finding it in the matchmaking.
No, and he wasn't finding it in those open qualifiers either, right, Moxie? It sounded like
Apparently
25-minute
not.
games.
Only one game, you know? He's feeling pretty confident. He's feeling good. I like it. I like to see that. Nobody should enter a competition and say, we're not going to do that well. I want them to be like, we're going to win this thing.
Well, I know someone else who has a lot of confidence and actually has a little bit more experience than Chrysalis.
and getting picked up. We've been seeing some OD getting picked up in position 4, though I haven't seen that in any pro matches because we really haven't had too much of that. But I know in particular that, you know, Spider Pigs, you tend to see a lot of, you know, really farm-heavy cores for Thug generally speaking, whereas Creepwave, you know, Chrysalis, he's very comfortable on things like Monkey King, the Jug. Don't think those are necessarily going to be first pick. Obviously, it's not. The Nyx Assassin, though, did get picked up, which is
Yeah, the
very
Monkey
strong.
King was banned in the first 2. So you're right on the money. Mox.
Nyx and Clock we're going to see a lot of this season. Dota's meta has typically just functioned in cycles, and you're going to see a lot of Nyx because we're also going to see a lot of Bat. As you said, OD has shown prominence. I think heroes like Leshrac are going to find their footing as well, and Nyx just sort of denies what you're able to pick. A Darkseer first 2. Actually, was that picked into Nyx Assassin? It's wild to me, but it's because they try and just avoid that combination of heroes, and specifically when it comes to Clock, that jetpack is so sick. And a lot of players have told me it is their favorite 4 to play.
I think that kind of transcends metas, though, right? Clockwork's always one of those 4 positions that every 4 likes to play, alongside like Earth Spirit, you know?
Of course, but you also got to keep in mind, you know, society and the way topical television shows can impact the metagame.
Look what you've done, Cap.
Mandalorian,
Look what you've done.
Clockwork. It just makes sense.
There's always a Star Wars reference with Kyle. How is it always a Star Wars reference?
Well, Star
with
Wars
him?
is awesome, Cap. Let's come on now.
Yeah, but
I appreciated it.
I like Star Wars too, but that doesn't mean I need it in every Dota broadcast I do. But yes, the jetpack.
Yes.
Yes. That's why we're seeing Clockwork, because jetpacks are cool.
Well, because The Mandalorian is one of the most successful shows of 2020, and jetpacks are cool.
And a couple times I played it with jetpack.
This, I think, oh God, it was like 2018, 2019, but IceFrog, there was this one patch where you just added a bunch of new abilities, or made abilities into one, like the Necrophos Q. You know, you used to have to skill Sadist. Then it's like, you know what, let's just put these 2 skills in one and give them another. Here, 5 abilities are better than 4, Cap.
That's some great math, Kyle.
Thank you.
Really
and what do you know? The
Jakiro is going to be our 5 position, it looks like, for Spider
Cap.
Pigs, unless something is dramatically changed.
Wow. Thank you.
With, I think honestly, really incredible. Jakiro is going to be our 5 position, it looks like, for Spider Pigs, unless something is dramatically changed.
My man,
With,
I have been preaching about Core
I think
Jakiro
honestly,
since
I guess I'm talking about the original Core Jakiro, man, right here with complexity.
We didn't win many games, but you know, we won a lot with Jakiro, which is really saying something.
By God, you guys tried it.
I played that as 1, 2, 3, and 5 in my career.
And how's that going for you there, Kyle?
The higher number, the better it worked. I never will forget. I think I picked it into a TA once. I can't remember who it was. It was no one or somebody else who was better than me. And I'm like, yeah, Jakiro Dumpster's TA.
That doesn't really narrow down the list.
And, yeah, it didn't work. It did not work well. I got to say that they are picking a lot of heroes into Nyx Assassin that I typically don't see picked. It's a great combo. I've always been a huge fan of Jakiro Darkseer because it's a very easy combo to hit. The vac onto Ice Path. The Ice Path can be pre-cast and you vac into it. It's not a big deal. And you want that combination. You always need one of 3 things: a support to play with, a vac wall combination, and a laning matchup that doesn't crush you. So far, so good. The Lich into the Darkseer Clock as well, though, very odd to me, because you just get hunted so hard in the laning phase by these 2 heroes.
I think that is another thing about the Nyx Assassin we didn't mention, but I think that hero is so good against pretty much all of the popular mids right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Puck,
absolutely.
Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. Lina has been on and off as a mid lately, but it looks like specifically for Spider Pigs, they're just going for comfort, because that is Noob's hero through and through. 82% win rate on Lina, 34 wins. He's just a Lina specialist, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this Phantom Assassin, I really like it for Creepwave. I love, because Crystallis likes to play aggressive. He likes to go early. He's very comfortable with that. I mean, he even mentioned, like, I think I was watching one of the other casts, but they had said, like, you know, yeah, he's gotten more comfortable with these farming cores, but he really shines on things like this Monkey King and whatnot. So
It fulfills the same role in the draft in a way as the Monkey King, and it's great synergy with both Bat and Nyx because you have low damage but really high lockdown. So you want your carry hero to be able to output significant amounts of damage in that initial 4 to 5 seconds. So Monkey, TA, PA are all just perfect for this because you need to play around the carry to find kills. Your supports, really, you have no damage on your 3, 4, or 5 right now as Creepwave. So your mid needs to pretty much pull off the same role in the draft, but probably more mixed damage.
Are you happy with the lanes? Like, looking at this Darkseer clock, you don't think that's going to be a problem for PA at all?
I don't know. It feels like it's so much more difficult to play aggressive in the off lane in comparison to my day. You know what it is? It's the couriers.
Yes.
Because previously you could punish a lot more and you could trade you could lose CS to take away enemy regen and health, but now they just buy more regen or they just die. Hero kills still don't really provide enough bounty in either gold or XP. So let's say you do get a kill on the Lich, but you use 2 mangoes for it. Well, he's now teleporting back in with PA's Wraith Band and extra regen, and now you're outmatched in the lane. So, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like, what was that meta where mid was pretty much just a regen war? People were just ferrying regen constantly into the mid lane. Now it feels like that's all lanes. All lanes are a regen war where it just comes about like who is buying enough sustain to keep themselves in lane. All right, well, we're heading into the last pick here where we've got Creepwave, who does have the option of running Batrider mid and still leaving an offlane open, though I'm presuming this is Batrider offlane with their mid still to be picked, and SpiderPigz still waiting on their carry. Any early preliminary thoughts? It looks like we banned away Medusa and Ursa for Creepwave, which I guess kind of makes sense. Heroes that I feel like Medusa especially is really unthreatened by this lineup.
You might see, okay, Puck's been taken out.
they think Bat's going mid, I think, if you look at the last 2 bans.
Yeah, they banned Legion and Tidehunter.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, in NA you could see the Legion going mid, but not so much over here.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know anything about Marine, but is that? Yeah, Mallory.
I keep calling him like Marlene or something.
I see no one in it, but it's also because I need glasses, and the monitor's a full 2 feet away, so it's tough.
Yeah, I gotta lean forward here.
The Bat, I mean, if you can't play Bat mid in this day and age, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
Offlane, this is just odd. The Creepwave lineup is pretty much all in on Crystallis in terms of the damage output right now. His game is everything. So if I'm SpiderPigz, I want my last pick to be able to just pressure. You don't need to kill him necessarily, but just don't give him a free game and really abuse this Lich, because Clockwork is just, this is food for you. Until you have a Force Staff, you're just dead anytime you get caught in cogs.
The question is, though, is Thug gonna feel comfortable on going very aggressive right now too? Because again, he likes to sit back on these more farming cores, and I'm not sure kind of what's left here and open to really apply that pressure. What do you think?
Well, of the carries we still have left, there is
Jug,
heroes like Naga Siren, there's Juggernaut, there's Troll.
I was leaning Troll, but into Bat is always tough, and I think based on the way this lineup functions, you think about a Jug as a good example. Where's the threat? You know, it effectively means that you just have to worry about this PA. You can go for the more aggressive, like double Wraith into Mask of Madness, Orb of Corruption build.
Do you believe in the new Lifestealer? Because I tell you, I do not.
I am not a huge fan. And it's a very bad matchup into the PA as well. You don't really have a natural item progression into MKB until like 4th item, whereas Jug can get it like 3rd, and you just hit a faster timing. The healing ward as well is very nice when you have this like slow tempo-based lineup, like with Jakiro Darkseer. You just get to a point where you can abuse the low damage. Kiriki instead, I like. I mean, this is that final activation for your Darkseer, where now you have the clock and the Riki to play with. It's just a little riskier, I would say.
it's a hero that can work its way around the blur mechanic, right? And especially since it got changed recently, right? The Aghanim Scepter got reworked a little bit, where now it hits 2 targets and slightly less
It's not
cast
on the
range. I
tooltip.
think it went from 1,000 to 700, but yes, Kyle discovered that wasn't on the tooltip, but that was a change that happened.
I was like, but I studied it. It didn't say that. And you're like, yeah, it doesn't. But you should know that. I love that about Dota. We don't really tell you the rules. You just figure it out as you go. Read the tutorial.
How do you feel about it, Moxie? Do you like that last pick?
I think it's a bit risky. I like it, but it's not a hero that's able to play catch up. So if he starts to fall behind, it's going to be very difficult for him to have an impact in the game.
It is quite nice against, you think about Nyx Sand King specifically, like a cloud, just, you're going to land kills, especially with the clock. It's really easy just to pretty much find anybody. The main thing is the Force F, like super effective now. It's lightning attack against Gyarados. Like, this is very important. And I need to see one of these Creepwave heroes pick that up ASAP.
If it's not a Star Wars reference, it's going to be some other kind of 90s reference for Kyle. But we have our opening match. Spider Pigs and Creepwave. The new up-and-coming team from the open qualifiers, and the team that was already kind of pre-established and was sitting there in the deciding tournament ended up in the lower bracket. Who's going to be taking this series? Let's head into our opening game, shall we?
And ice.
Prepare for battle.
You didn't see that coming. Inevitable.
Well, goes
I mean,
down.
I'd be feeling myself too, Mox. You come into this match undefeated.
Fire and ice. This is gonna sting. This is gonna sting.
Yeah, LeBron Dota is one of my, well, I wouldn't say favorite Jakiro 5 player. He's kind of just the only one, so I guess that makes him the favorite. And it will be Marine Bat Rider mid. This is probably the player to watch here. If you look at the lineup from Spider Pigs, they would have some real big difficulties dealing with the fast bots blink up on the bat. And again, just point to, as the game continues, specifically in the mid game, Spider Pigs will start to pull away. They have so much natural sustain and tankiness and durability on these heroes that Creepwave's lineup just will fall flat in time if they're able to get, the pipe, the Greaves, and enough sustain.
And I, for one, am so glad that they ended up actually nerfing Bat Rider. Were you playing a lot of Dota when it was the time when you could just stack those
No.
ancients?
The answer was no. You're talking about...
Well, you could stack the ancients, and then you put your sticky napalm down, and it's so much damage to the neutral creeps that you could get the bots and the blink like so fast. It was insane. But there go the runes.
You didn't see
Even
that.
split starting right off.
Watch your
I like how they've bleeped out the Amar the Fellas, the name there too.
I mean, why couldn't they, if we're going to censor the name, why don't we just change the name?
I don't know. Maybe we don't have the technology.
I guess.
Are you guys fan of numbers?
Love numbers.
I can give you some numbers here for Creepwave.
Give me them numbers.
Those numbers are 4, 32, and 124.
Wins, losses, and draws.
No, Kyle, this is an entirely new team. You think they played 124 matches?
I don't know, man. I've been gone for a while.
No. That is the ranking. Chrysalis is number 4 right now on the European leaderboard. Amar is 32, and Malrine, our mid player for Creepwave, is rank 124.
I believe Amar is 15, not 32. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
I just checked it today. So.
No, I meant for years old.
Oh.
Sorry, Cap. Couldn't resist.
I was like, what?
I will say, I mean, you even heard LeBron talking about in the interview about how Creepwave were full of some very skilled players. This draft is playing to those strengths because it's all about kills and constantly playing aggressively on map. Whereas Spider Pigs, can be a lot more controlled. And I know I've brought this up a few times, but it's really just that mid game. I want to see Creepwave with not just hero kill advantage. They have to somehow translate that into towers. They have no natural way of pressuring buildings. Spider Pigs, you just follow Jakiro's arcs here, and it becomes very simple. So be curious to see how they execute moves, not just for slays, but for objectives.
That's always a big thing, too, with a lot of the Tier 2 teams, is that they might be very scrappy and they might get a really good advantage early on, but then they kind of fall off because they stop taking objectives, or they just don't know how to close out games. I've seen that happen so many times in every region.
I was looking at this Bat Rider, and I thought it was going to be offlane because we already had the Lina. And I know that matchup is not something that Bat Rider feels super good about.
No, exactly. It's why it was a bit odd. Like, as soon as you see the Lina, you've got to assume it's going offlane. considering that, wouldn't have minded playing against either support. Is this a...
I think he's all right here.
What did Sand King, did Amar go for the E build? I like that a lot. This is the concern about picking Riki into the Sand King. Later on in the game, it's a great matchup, but now you just can't really ever trade effectively after the changes to Caustic, because if he just smacks a couple of creeps, you're at risk to being double stunned under the creep wave, and suddenly you're just dead.
Those are some very flashy wings over there on the Jakiro too. Very distracting.
Yeah, finally got a cosmetic, and
It's got some nice buffs there with that egg shard too. So I'll be interested to watch Amar here. I know he's very, very aggressive. Usually not until he picks up that ultimate. I've seen him play so much Mars over a lot of these games, and he tends to be one of those players that as soon as the ultimate's up, all of a sudden, guess who's in your lane? It's Amar. He's looking to fight. But the problem with that tends to be like people have realized that about him now. So the second they see him, they're like, oh, he's gonna ult. Everybody just get out.
so you can see what Amar did right there. He's a little low, so he can't play too aggressive, but by smacking those creeps, you get in a really tough spot as this Riki, because if you catch a stun, the Caustic then pops, does the AoE damage. Now it will kill the full HP creep that's also Caustic, and suddenly you are just dead. Like, it is an absurd amount of damage. You might be waiting for level 4, but yeah, to your point, Cap, it's 28-5 versus an 11-0 Batrider. Like, this is a matchup they knew they were getting, and it's going this poorly, but I mean, this is kind of what you expect. And the double Sobi mask also is very odd in this kind of matchup. Like, this isn't really a regen war. Lena's going to outpush you very easily. He's not even used Firefly yet.
Little bit of aggression going down here in the bottom lane, but I think they're just poking a bit. Nice stun over there onto LeBron. I'm wondering, is anybody stacking for Bat too? Because that will make a big difference as well. If they're able to get any of that up. Mitch in the top lane, though, going to have to surge away. They throw out the dagger. Slows him down a little bit, but looks like he's going to be just fine. It's going to take a lot of damage, though.
God, I'm so happy I'm sitting here and not in Fishman's spot, because playing Lich in this lane in this game is going to be very unpleasant. It's bad enough when you have to deal with like a Darkseer clock. You know, you're not even necessarily threatened by the hook shot. It's just a surge. Plus there's a Riki.
Not a lot
Even
of mana
worse.
left. Does have a mango. Wow. On him here. Let's back off.
The Clockwork doesn't really have any other role to play, right?
Yeah.
Because that is part of the reason I think they did go for that Batrider mid. They wanted a mid that was unpressured by Clockwork's roaming shenanigans, especially since with the Darkseer who likes to solo, his Clock is looking at that mid lane going, I'm not killing that anytime soon. So he literally is only looking for Lich kills. That's all he's doing right now.
This mid lane is just a complete disaster. And Lena's your real answer to this PA. Don't even necessarily need the Ag, just the raw magic damage output throughout the mid game. You know, Crystallis, you can't just... You're going to go for scaling items. In fact, I think you almost have to buy a Battle Fury. Like, there's no other option, because if you're not able to scale, this game might as well just be over.
I will say that the Batrider is making sure that he's stacking for himself. So he is trying. In fact, you can see Malrine right now is headed back over there. He's going to go do the same thing. He'll pull that camp and then throw out the...
Yeah, but this you're giving
break.
free farm and tower damage to the Lina, and the other concern is no one else can come take this lane. Like, if you abandon top, then suddenly your PA is alone against 2 cores pressuring with Ion Shell, and if you leave bottom as Alex, like, Riki has an Orb of Corruption. Like, you just start smacking Amar in the face with the Jakiro behind you. So the lanes are locked and going very well at the moment for Spider Pigs.
DNZ getting surged up here. It's a fast little robot. Mitch might be... Well, they decide to go for it. Just go, pop those charges, just teleport out, knows that they don't have anything to go and pull him back, so... They escape easily there.
I really want to see these guys play a bit more aggressive. You never want to be... when I see a Nyx and a Sand King both at near full mana, I figure something's going off here. Anytime Riki steps in your creeps, they should be looking to double stun and pressure.
Well, that was the first stun.
On a
There's the second one. Batrider's here with the lasso. Is going to just go burn him down, and down goes a Riki. So there's that aggression you were looking for, Kyle.
Thing is, mid lane, a lot of tower damage dealt, and again, still total free farm for Noob. And look at the half damage already on the tower. They're going to glyph aggro as well. A clock free to be here because Darkseer can self-sustain up top.
Getting another TP down, though. Fishman joining in.
So much damage. They don't have a glyph anymore.
Yeah, he kept the siege wagon alive by taking those tower shots. That was really good.
Nice ward placed behind tower as well to secure Noob. He's really only threatened if he's caught by surprise.
Bottom lane, though, Mar taking a lot of damage here. Do we have anything to get out? No, he's already used it. So Ricky gonna go for the dive. He wants it, plus the ice path. We'll be able to clean up. Top lane, it looks like they used the wall here as Crystallis trying to hide over in the tree line. He does have his own illusion. He's gonna have to dodge away, plus that ion shell. Just taking the tower damage though, so it doesn't last for very long. And now Mitch, looks like Crystallis thinking, no, he's just gonna go right back to farming.
Yeah. Once this mid tower dies, Noob is free to just go straight for that PA. And with the Ring of Regen, Perseverance is not exactly ideal for your early game survivability. As we can see, Crystallis continues to just run away from Mitch. I am feeling it. I mean, I don't want to call this one over by any means. It's a 1k gold advantage, but you know, Creepwave have got to make some pretty significant moves over the next 8 minutes to secure a foothold into this game, or they're just going to slowly lose the resource war. I believe stats from last patch where the team that got first mid tower had an 80% win rate.
Oh, wow. That Impale coming out, knocked back here. Nice LSA, though, coming out from Noob. Does get stunned up, and he's just going to burn down here. Nice Ice Path, though, coming out from LeBron. Will keep him alive with a good slow. Marley needs to be careful. He needs to run away because he's just taking down on this damage. They don't have the last hit, though, as he's got his bottle. He's just going to work through it as Alex gets a couple of love taps off over here onto LeBron. The bounce back. Noob having to be a little bit careful. Oh, that Ice Path, though, coming in hot. Plus the rockets, like, just not enough damage, though, to take down this Bat Rider.
What is happening? They're just scrap. Oh, I love Dota 2. Nobody dies, but plenty of spells were utilized. Riki free farming in the bottom in the meantime. He's going to go for the Battle Fury as well.
Immediately canceling out that salve. He's channeling up the Epi, but decides not to. They got the dust.
Yes, you can.
He's gonna go back in again. Ricky, though, just walks away. So that's the first epicenter that we've seen, and it does nothing.
You can cancel that now?
I knew the moment he casted it, I was like, Kyle's gonna be so shocked.
I've played that hero twice. Like yesterday.
Well, now you know, Kyle.
Let me just say, playing with it is incredibly, because you naturally, you hear the epicenter, you think, I have to start the team fight because he's going to follow up. But now, like, people could just kind of like spam it, you know?
It's a very necessary quality of life change, to be honest, because that was, it was a 2-minute cooldown. If you, it was very frustrating. Why can't it just be instant like Echo Slam? No? Doesn't seem fair.
Well, Smoke's gonna pop as they make the jump onto Crystallize. Laguna Blade gets used. They need a little bit more damage, and it doesn't look like they're gonna go for the Spawn dive because Fishman is here. We'll get up a couple pop shots from Noob. Mitch's running in. Crystallize looks like he's gonna be able to TP out. Can they find Fishman, though? Yes, they will. So they'll end up getting themselves a support, but they'll protect their core.
Yeah, but can they protect their jungle? Look at all these stacks. And he's going to take Ancients anyway. I did see that note. This is not very effective anymore. You need a bunch of napalm for this to work out. And bots will still be the rush. I do not see what Creepwave is looking to do with the way they've set up this game. This is very strange.
I think they're, at this point, they are entirely all in on the Nyx Sand King duo to be able to pull off any kills.
Yeah.
Their Bat Rider is going to take so long to be able to come online. Their PA obviously is out of the game for quite some time. So it's entirely going to be up to getting good Vendetta ganks and opening up the Sand King's damage. All that magic damage.
That stack. You got to get that stack. Stack it again. Oh my god.
Now, they did get a lot of really yummy-looking neutral items out of that ancient stack, at least.
Silver linings.
Silver linings. You know me. I try to be very positive.
You see, 1 kill thus far, but the gold lead has went from 1k to 4k over the last 3 minutes. And it's nothing to do with hero kills. It's about map control. Look at how aggressive Spider Pigs can play. Like, they're all on enemy side of the map. They can freely take a smoke. 4 wards placed by Creepwave just securing their own woods. And that won't even matter because the smoke in's going to catch them off guard. Riki joining the team, bottom being pressured. They should know something's up.
Smoke will pop on Alex, who has been deaded. DNZ looking for the hook shot. Will connect over onto the Lich, like you said, Kyle. This poor little guy. He's just a melted ice cream cone here. They'll jump over onto LeBron, but they're too afraid.
Yeah, but, well, like, who does anything? You have bots on bat. Like, they're all so squishy. Yule's up already for Noob. I like the decision to rush that up because you really just need to make sure you don't die in a burst combo. And especially against the Nyx, if you catch him with Carapace and just Yules him up, like that's a dead Nyx and nobody has to worry about anything. He is a Battle Fury though, 12 minutes in, good lord.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, they really needed these lanes to go better because they don't have any heroes to pressure these towers.
Yeah.
Sanking's really good at like lane pressure, but he doesn't actually take the opposing safe lane tower very well. So you really, it helps to have a mid that does that for you, but they've got a Bat Rider who have similar problems.
Yeah, and the SK, again, to your point, it's a great lane. It's one of the most feast or famine off lanes like that exists in Dota at the moment. Because you get a nice flame break, that's a free kill.
Look at how much damage the Bat Rider took from that, though. And look at this. He's not even done. He's thinking about going back in again. Has the hook shot, goes in, grabs the cogs up, has his hold over here onto Alex. And they have the dust, so they'll find themselves a kill. They threw out that Chain Frost, but nobody was there. They Delta split.
Yep. Amar is still bottom. He does get the tower.
Yeah. Okay, so I was going to point this out. He's pretty much been here uncontested for 3 minutes, and he only just now took the tower. Like, that goes to show, like, they were able to play so aggressively around that mid-tier, too, from the side of Spider Pigs, because they can leave the Sand King alone and know that they're not giving up that tower very easily, and as a result, they're not giving up the map control back over to Creepwave.
And I will say, like, the PA's progression, like, his decision to straight up rush, greedy, like, Ring of Regen Battle Fury on the PA might be their saving grace. Because even though they're behind, PA's farming speed will still be top in this game. So you give yourself this window where as long as you're not losing horribly around the map, you're going to get to a point where you'll have a window that PA is strongest on map, by far. And Lina, Jakiro, you are fodder for the 11k MMR hard carry. I'm just concerned. You have a blink on SK, so now you just watch Amar. You just hold Crystallis's hand. Find somebody with a stun. That should be enough, especially if you had an Epi on top.
Is it going to be enough to just lean completely on Crystallis, though?
I hope so. If you're a Creepwave fan.
I'm sure Creepwave it's the same thing, yes.
I think it's fine as long as you're able to keep your triangle. We saw like a lot of European teams be able to pull that off, the solo, like they're behind, but as long as they just keep farming the triangle with PA, eventually the PA gets too strong. But
the thing is, I don't like this smoke usage. They just need to...
Here's the hook shot. Jump out, though, plus just runs away. Nice Chain Frost gets throws out from Fishman. Follow it up, though, with a beautiful Ice Path into the wall. Over on the other lines, we're going to lose Alex. And now LeBron running for his life. There's the Laguna Blade getting thrown out as well. Followed up with that drag. And we also have an Epicenter going on. Amar finding that kill. As we've got Ricky now trying to run away. He's ticking so very low, but they just don't have any way to grab him right now. I think he's going to make it out. Mitch, though, not so lucky.
That is such a strange fight to take. You see the blink on the Sand King. You're diving into a Lich. You're smoking in this position. You want to be placing wards. You've got one in the bottom half of the map. That's the area you're playing around. Smoking into unknown territory removes the advantage of your smoke, especially against invis threat like Nyx Assassin. It's just a very odd move here. I would have much preferred to see them get into enemy jungle, try to take out some of these sentries, but Fishman, even though he's playing a near impossible game, has done a great job. Look at all the sentries placed. There's no vision in that top dire triangle, which is what's giving them this opportunity, because Spider Pigs feel pressured, knowing they're up against the Battle Fury, but that's just such a bad fight to take, and now... Like, wow, I just, like,
the area where they're smoking through is, like, they're smoking through the mid lane, and they're on the low ground of this triangle. Like, I think if you use that smoke, you want to enter triangle on the right-hand side.
You go on, the only hero in this game, with the exception of PA, that can avoid the cogs. That's who you initiate on. And the Lina is not there in position to get the follow-up stun. Now Noob finally shows up. They were saving the Arcane Rune bottom. He got distracted. But when your hard support Jakiro is the first one to cast spells on an enemy, you know your smoke gank's been misexecuted.
They're on the hunt again here. Gonna have that Battle Fury soon for the Ricky.
Felt like one of those moves that was just a bit redundant. You know, they already had good map control. They were already out farming the enemy.
It was the second one as well. Like we talked about, they were going up 1k gold per minute almost. Like that's how you wanted to keep playing. Keep Darkseer your top jungle. Keep Lina mid controlling runes. You don't need to feel pressure to do too much. Yes, you're against a Nyx, but you know, accept the fact that someone might die. but you're going to get way more resources out of the map. By grouping up as 5, you've already put yourselves in a position where you need to have the kill advantage in a team fight to make it even, let alone worthwhile. Lose a fight, you've suddenly just chucked away your ad.
Oh, looks like they found the Ricky, but the follow-up with the hookshot from DNZ. It's a nice cogs off, though. Batrider's already free, and he's just dead. He can't do anything. The rest of his team's not there, although they do manage to get a kill over onto Fishman. Looks like Mallory is done with this fight, though. He's left the building, or rather the triangle. Noob's still hunting. Only has Alex here. Doesn't have that Yules, though, like we talked about. No Spike Carapace just yet. Mitch joining in on the fight now. Try to chase after him. Spike Carapace, though. Is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to get out? It looks like he is.
What a beast.
What happened there with Malrine? They popped a smoke onto the enemy carry. They just couldn't see him because no dust was going off.
You got it. Monkeys Forever is very upset because he preaches how important it is. Core players should be the one buying dust.
Yes.
You know, supports have to buy the wards, even though those are free now, legacy. But especially if you're that initiator, you've got to be the one to provide vision because it's your job to get the kill. It's your job to make sure you can do that. There's a Yules coming up on the Sand King. Would have probably preferred a Force Staff in this game, but it's better for scaling to have the mana regen. Haste Rune now. I love that, actually. Skip the blink, go straight for BKB on Bat. I think that's a great decision.
Well, he's not having any problems getting into these fights anyways. They're coming to him most of the time. Like, there's no reason for him to have to grab it at this rate.
Yeah, it's the advantage of the PA lineup, and again, knowing that you only have to hold a small part of the map. That's why they can like use so much money of their team net worth on sentries and just play for the 2 wards that you're expected to see, one over here and the other one just making sure your triangle is totally clear. Those are the only 2 warding spots you care about when you're this defensive.
And the thing about it is Spider-Pigs, you have 0 to deal with BKBs right now, and you're going to hit a timing where both the PA and the Bat have one. Anybody they catch is dead. Preferably the Lina or the Riki. Either one would suffice.
And Crystallis just does not care.
That used to be a stun.
Long time ago.
Was it really a long time ago?
Feels like a long time ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty.
It's happening.
Fairly long ago. I know, Kyle. It was just yesterday that you were competing.
Such a long time ago. Dust now on Amar, so you shouldn't have one of those issues. We're gonna. Can I fill in different like last bits of his name, like Amar the Revealer, when he?
I will allow it, but you can only use words that start with F.
Okay, Amar the man with foresight. That doesn't work.
No, that starts with an M.
Yeah. Amar the Freakazoid.
I still like Amar the fella, personally.
Uncontested, right?
Get in there, guys. They're not going to get there.
Yeah, they have no method of securing vision, but that is, I mean, that's a very aggro call. I don't think you'd expect that. The timing is nice because they do it right around the upcoming 20-minute bounties. And typically teams are going to be gathered up on their safer parts of the map, looking to make a move around the bounties, and they caught Creepwave napping.
Man, look at Crystallis, the way he is farming. He just picked up his Deso, too.
Yeah.
This guy's a beast. I love
huge.
it.
220 CS in 20 minutes.
Double damage.
I don't know what those graphs mean, but it's good.
Net worth. It says net worth at top.
You know why? It's because they're both blue color.
Yeah.
It's just one person is real blue and the other one's light blue.
I heard that double damager and get picked up by Noob, so I guess he used it to his advantage. Rest of the team looks like they are trying to run away. Fishman says no, 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 no. Crystallis just going to go ahead, blink away.
Not like
Gets
this.
They're grouped up pretty tight, but not tight enough apparently, as they'll go and get another kill here on Alex. So just a little bit too out of position.
This is the danger trying to team fight, is that you need to get initiation as Creepwave to have any shot of winning a fight. Or like we saw in mid, you need Spider Pigs to initiate poorly and not really do anything. But now, especially with Riki having Aegis, that was kind of the target you wanted to take out at the start of a fight. Now it's going to be very difficult, and the damage output once you get that Battle Fury is nuts.
I think he's got his diffusal headed out to him too now as well. Starting to become much scarier. Only about a 3K. Oh, that hook shot wildly off mark. The drag back here, coming out with that rider. It's looking like a dead Jakir. Look, they'll drop the wall though. And they'll just drop the wall. And that's the end of the engagement. Okay.
That's the end of the
I mean, there's a
no,
dead
it's just the
fishman.
beginning.
They're going right back in again. It was a false back, I guess. Again, the Yule's coming out. Mitch taking so much damage here. They'll be able to go slice him up into ribbons. Noob is left. Oh, but beautiful LSA, but it doesn't matter. Noob is already dead into the ice path. It's looking really, really nice, and the cogs coming out here too. What's going to happen? It's a triple kill. It's an ultra kill now for the Ricky.
Shout out
Look
to
at
the
those
boy
dips.
LeBron for that
What
one.
up?
LeBron, that was a 3-man Lena stun.
Yeah,
He just
yeah,
followed
yeah.
up.
But that was his only play. LeBron had the foresight to be able to make the early buyback.
That's true.
For that call. He
Plus
and,
the
and as a
cogs around
result,
them, that was synergy, my friend.
yeah.
God, that was
Unexpected.
that was a. I haven't seen a tag team combination like that since the last WWE Team Brawl. That was a 3-man LS with Lena stun. I don't believe we should ever say LSA. I'm not a believer in this acronym. 3-man ice path into a cloud and Cox.
You're just gonna casually call out your fellow broadcasters there.
I don't know why you're against LSA. I say LSA.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. It just
Try saying Light Strike Array really, really
no,
fast.
don't
in a
even know.
team
It's just
fight.
Lena stun.
No,
Like,
that's worse because you're not actually using the name.
but
It's not even an acronym. Look at this. Look at this beautiful setup here. There's going to be the Yules. Mitch is hanging out in the middle, gets stunned up. But when Lena
Nope.
comes down, watch this.
You just can't see
Watch
this
that
coming.
Light Strike Array into the ice path. You've got the clockwork here. Cogs them up. They've got the smoke down, and they just
it's even worse in slow mo. I mean, Lena
they go.
lit up in the air. What could she possibly do when she lands back?
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought it was a brilliant display by Creepwave to show the strength, the newfound strength of Darkseer plus Riki.
True.
You know, the vacuum with this new Aghanim Scepter. They showed exactly how good it was without a vacuum. They were just like, let's just put 3 people all on the same area. And
Also, I didn't mean to flame the. I actually didn't hear anyone say LSA. I just have this rule I keep myself, and I'm trying my best. It's the start of a long journey here.
we all have
The
different
DPC
rules,
season.
Kyle. My personal rule is that I say Light Strike Array once in a broadcast, and then so people know at home, and then for the rest of the time, it's LSA.
I can't say Light Strike Array that fast without like stumbling over myself.
Yeah, it's not a... Ice Frog, just change the spell's name.
It's just a
Like, I know it's an anime thing
When-
going back to
okay,
like
when
Dota
you're-
1, but like, come on.
When you're in game, okay, Noob isn't saying, I've got LSA, I've got LSA. He's just saying, I can stun.
So that's the
it is.
difference
It's a
between
stun.
like players and people on broadcast though too.
But it's you know, why do we have to dress everything up? It doesn't have to be so elegant. It's a stun. It's like
I
it's
like
like
to
getting
be
punched in the
elegant.
face. You're like, excuse me, sir, please don't hit me with that right cross uppercut combination. You just don't want to get hit in the face.
This is looking like a Nixus app. Nope, never mind.
He's dead.
Yules into ice. And your favorite, the Lena stun.
I'm going to
It's a real
just say,
tale.
Kyle, I don't think that as broadcasters, we should be following the examples of what pro players say in-game with their communication.
Ooh.
That's true.
I think that is a dangerous line.
Yeah, and it's not like we'll ever actually know what they're saying in game because we keep asking to get access to their comps, but they don't ever.
Some of the teams do actually. They do hot mics.
mics.
Yeah. Have you heard that? I know Beastcoast does that in South America. They'll do hot mics where they
Yes,
actually
but
have
their
their
team
comps.
does
Oh,
it.
that is dope.
Yeah. And there was one other team that actually started doing it too. I can't remember who it was. though.
That's a little different because it's the team organization saying like, okay, this one's going to be our hot mic, you know, like you're not getting the real.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no one's crazy enough to release those, Cap. Let's be honest here. But
And
It's a bad PR move right there.
And just to point out, like this mid tower for Spider Pigs is it's literally, I was gonna say untouched, but it's not literally untouched. It's 5 damage. But this is the concern. If you look at the net worth, it's PA versus the world. Bat and Sand King are both offlaners. You have 0 tower pressure. So your entire game plan right now is, okay, guys, let's find kills, but how? Especially when behind. You need this PA BKB, and then things get a little easier. But, yeah, there it is. So it's go time. But Crystals has to do it all himself. You need a lasso onto the Lena or the Riki. That hero has to die, and then you clean up the supports.
Well, Chrysalis is getting stronger by the minute, that's for sure. They do have a smoke on the Lich,
Yep.
so perhaps they're looking to make some plays. In fact, that's exactly what they're doing.
Look at the vision, though. Mid-wave is in the tier 3. This is a very bad time to make this sort of maneuver, assuming Spider Pigs are aware. And it appears they are, as they just hold hands up top. Lena in some danger, though. Fishman.
They're waffling a little bit though. Over
This is
there.
a very odd. Now they Delta split.
Yeah. Maybe they realized that their waves were getting pushed in. And
Yeah.
or they saw like a bunch of them in the top lane, and they figured that they could get there fast enough.
When you're behind, these smokes are so valuable. They're such a limited resource. I would have strongly preferred them to just not smoke. I think you're right. They recognized our lanes aren't in a position to make this work, but now you're out the smoke. You want to use these BKBs ASAP before they're able to pick them up themselves on the side of Spider Pigs.
Let's see, the Spider Pigs have taken up residence in the dire jungle here. Seeing a lot of mirroring going on. A couple of these neutral items getting picked up, though.
Level 20 now. Christos, did he get the shard yet on the clock? Because I think that's the critical timing, You've got to get that jetpack up and running.
Looks like he's not interested in it either.
And it's the same. It's like in the
just get a force down.
Look, think about the,
But jetpacks.
you wouldn't even have been able to have episodes 6, 7, and 8 of The Mandalorian wouldn't even have been able to happen if you weren't able
Don't
to get
spoil
the
things for the
jetpack.
people who haven't been able to see it
If you
yet.
haven't seen it, then well,
Maybe some people don't have Disney Plus in their country yet. They haven't
you
seen
don't
it.
need Disney Plus to watch The Mandalorian.
We're not advocating piracy here, Kyle.
Yeah, me neither. You just have to ask one of your friends.
There you go. I'm not sure that's better, but all right.
Yeah, Kyle went from piracy to social gatherings during a pandemic.
You can watch on Discord. Dude,
No, you
stream
can't
it.
actually. It's blocked.
What?
You can't watch Disney Plus on Discord, no? Or Netflix.
Okay, you can download it and play it in Windows.
Now we're
Media
back to
Player.
piracy. Kyle, please.
It's not breaking the rules, it's just bending them. And if you're watching this, Bob Iger, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we are seeing some aggressive moves coming out here from the side of Creepwave.
You know what? I think they've got to play. They've got to mind their creep waves a little better when they make these aggressive maneuvers into the enemy jungle.
I hate that I laughed at that.
Yes.
Because they're just
don't
holding
encourage
it.
him, Moxie.
Sorry.
This is the strength of that mid-tier 1. They're just standing on it. What is Nyx Assassin supposed to do? They're just hugging it. Crystallis, he's just going in. This is the strat. Charge in, boys.
He's got the BKB too. Couple fights. It's all split up though. Batrider, Crystallis jumping in.
guys.
They're following him. They'll be able to go. They get the kill over onto Fishman. Now Crystallis has to back off.
Whoa!
Gets a big turret over onto Mitch. He is just absolute toast. Ice Pass being thrown out. We'll slow down the Nyx Assassin. Noob trying to fight through. Has the lights. Oh my gosh. The Laguna Blade going through. Absolutely shredding him to pieces. Alex, he gets the stun off, but he is taken down himself.
What the hell?
Why was that so split?
Why? I watched. He dragged the Darkseer to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He dragged him away from his PA, and even worse, he dragged him onto
Impassable terrain. Yeah.
terrain.
And great stun from Noob, though. I don't know how much of that was luck and how much was calculated, but that stun hit about 1/10 of a second after the PA BKB faded.
What does Noob have for item? I think I saw, like very defensive items.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. That's a good idea.
Ooh, Omar? What you doing there, buddy? Dying, apparently. Oof, that was some Dota 2 right there. Go throughout the Frost Shield, try to dissuade them a little bit from hitting these buildings, but of course, Noob can sit very, very far back here and just wail away on these racks.
The way the Sand King just gave away that gold, you could call him Amar the Philanthropist.
Omar the Feeder, yeah. Except that wasn't an F there. Sarah.
Yeah, but he makes an F sound. Come on, Mox, you got to give that to me.
That was very clever. I enjoyed it. Alex also just getting murdered here.
It's an Ags up now as well. That is very strong. I played Riki the other day, and it was a lot of fun. Once I picked up these items. We still lost, of course, but I blame Owen.
You guys played a lot of Dota yesterday. I think I played 2 with you, and then you guys just kept on trucking.
You guys ready for the Roshan pop quiz?
Pop quiz.
quiz time! Pop quiz time! Kyle, what is Riki's shard?
Sleeping Dart.
Hey,
Makes
good job.
Very, very little. This is one of those. Okay, here's the thing. I feel because if you notice with Aghanim Scepters, right, there were a lot of history of Dota. Some heroes just didn't have them because maybe you just didn't have a great idea. It felt like maybe there was some kind of crunch. You look at CD Projekt Red. What the issues with Cyberpunk.
Oof.
Maybe they just. ISO was like, guys, we need a shard for every single hero. They came up with a bunch of good ideas, and then for others, like, what about like just new abilities? Okay, Alchemist is a great example. Like he has one potion already. What about another potion? But this one's good. And it won't be channeled, right? Like,
Yeah, he just blinks into the smoke screen. Ugh.
And we got a slow motion.
Yeah, I like how
He's
we
only
we fully
15.
shamed him there, guys. Come on now.
It's bullying. Feels like
Amar,
I'm
the
back in my dodgeball
15-year-old.
class again.
Leave him alone. That's bullying in schools.
Yeah, the Lotus Orb now on the Dark Seer. It's just full defensive items. So it's... Wait, Amar?
Did he just...
Oh, you can cancel
He's
it.
playing.
He's just,
God damn it.
he's just playing around.
That's going to drive me nuts.
I mean, I think that's fair because decade plus of Dota has taught you when you hear that sound, the big boom is coming. You know.
Well, we rely on sound. Dota has such great sound cues,
Yeah, it
right? I
does.
know as a play-by-play caster, I really listen very hard on that stuff.
What I love is, well, they're all stock, too. So I can't remember. I was watching some vampire
stock?
series
Yes.
on Netflix.
I didn't know that.
And I heard Bloodseeker Rupture and Ursa Enrage.
That's
Yes.
awesome.
Same episode.
I had no idea.
The nature sounds
Yeah.
of Dota you're going to hear
Yeah,
a lot.
there was a
The
really-
wolves, all that sort of thing.
This is a really bad B-tier sci-fi movie that was just Ursa sounds. I wasn't scared at all.
That's awesome. I want to find this movie now.
The funniest is if you ever watch, I think it's Cujo by Stephen King. It's a good book, but the movie is just this very friendly Saint Bernard.
No, it's is it a Saint Bernard? I thought it was a
Yeah.
Rottweiler.
No, it's Saint Bernard.
Oh.
So it's a very lovable dog, but you know, it's like licking the window, and then you just think, grrr, and it's like this isn't believable at all.
Nice. Uh-oh, hook shot in, force staff forward, cogged up, but in goes Chrysalis. He says he doesn't care about those cogs. BKB comes out, he's looking for DNC, but he has to be careful. There's so much damage coming out here from Noob. He's gonna have to try to run away. Chain Frost gets thrown out, doesn't do anything. As now over on the back end here, Amar, oh, there's just so much damage. I don't think he's gonna be able to survive this, but Chrysalis jumps in. There's gonna be a Laguna. And again, Ricky coming in to clean it up. Another flare forward. You can see they're trying to grab anyone else that they can. In fact, there's the jump forward from Ricky. Almost manages to go and get the kill onto Alex. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to fish, man. Oh, the lasso, though.
the Lotus.
No turn around. They still managed to hold him into place. They'll hold them right together here. Marine wants to go and do anything as there's just Firefly everywhere. But he does. Tricks the trade. Purges it. I'm still taking a lot of damage. Down goes the Ricky. That is the Aegis. First life down. Mar gets taken down by Noob. 3 down, and they're looking like they might want to just finish it. Alex, he wants to get out. He cannot. GG gets called.
Yeah, it's just no damage. They tried. Like the full BKB from Chrysalis, he had to back off during it because there's just no hope, no chance at all. Yeah, Cap,
Very well
good
done.
to join us. He was, you know, Mark, you saw him just sitting over there on his phone the entire
I
game.
know, yeah.
He would just
He was-
tune in once in a while.
He was
Hey,
doing
what-
some
What?
selfies with the Snapchat filter, too. I was seeing that.
I'll have you know, my notes are on my phone. And I think I provided some good stats for you guys. I gave you their leaderboard number.
Thanks, Cap.
Very insightful.
How'd you get those?
I had to Google it.
I don't know you can find those results. Any other quick
That's
questions?
right. I can find all of those things. Okay, so that was just game 1, though. I know we kind of petered out towards the end there, but we're having some fun here, and hopefully game 2 is going to be a little bit more spicy and dicey between Spider, Pigzs, and Creepwave. We'll be back after the break with game 2.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
stories, fallen glories again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you see, crew is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse? Sometimes it's a rush, yeah, it's exciting. Dining with the devil, you'll know inside my soul it grows and grows. But you see, crew is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Well, our opening series was the young blood of Creepwave versus the slightly more experienced Spider Pigs, and in the end, Spider Pigs and their experience pays off, taking Game 1 victory in pretty commanding fashion, I would say, Moxie and Kyle. I think that was, you know, it was just a little bit back and forth at like 15, but otherwise it felt like Spider Pigs all the way.
I mean, after this fight, yeah, like this fight is the whole game right here. And I think that Spider Pigs lost their advantage with that misguided smoke attempt in the middle. And then in pretty much the exact same place, Creepwave handed it right back, giving Riki a quad kill there. It just was a very odd, a little, I don't want to say sloppy, but definitely disconnected. Neither one of these teams really looked like a unit just yet, but it is early.
It is early indeed, and I know, Kyle, you had Creepwave coming up first in this entire thing. Watching that opening game, I know you watched the qualifiers of them, and you said you kind of liked what you saw. That opening game, though, a little bit more disappointing?
Yes.
Very disappointing.
I already regret everything.
But Spider Pigs looks good, right, Moxie?
Yeah, they do. I think Creepwave just never got the chance to get off the ground, you know? I felt like Amar spent a lot of time in that bottom lane, just kind of working on the Blink Dagger the entire time and never got the chance to really start to make those plays that he's known for, you know? And Crystallis did the best that he could, but there's only so much that this PA could have done when you see, you know, the rest of the team. You saw that synergy. Like, it was beautiful. That team worked together perfectly on Spider Pigs, so.
Yeah. Thug, people have been sleeping on him for a while. He had a hard time breaking back into the scene. He was with Adfittem for the Boston Major run. He was a mid player, of course, now swapping over to carry. But I liked what I saw. Thought his Riki was nice. And there's a lot of, it's one of the only teams in this Tier 2 EU bracket where all 5 members do have a Liquipedia profile page. So perhaps Spider Pig should get a little more love.
That's so elitist. Wow. Everyone has to start somewhere, Kyle. not everybody starts off with the Wikipedia page. Some of these guys are really, really good.
It's like saying you're famous, but you're not on Wikipedia, right? That's just if you've made it. Let's say you wrote some books, right? Well, if you're not on Wikipedia, I mean, they must not have been very good.
All right, that is apparently the metrics we're going here for DreamLeague. If you have a Wikipedia page, good job. You're somebody. Yeah. Otherwise, we just ignore you. This is a team that has some experience with each other going all the way back into 2016, right? We had the original Spider Pigs was featured with Mitch and LeBron. Mm-hmm. And they actually had a third member on that team who has actually gone on to some decent success, Milan. Milan was also on that original Spider Pigs. Yeah, thought that was interesting. This is a team that's kind of been like, players in general across the board who have grinded for a while and just like haven't really hit their breakaway where they get into the tier 1 seed solidly.
Who's Milan playing with? Is he on?
I thought last time I remember he was taking a break. I don't know who he's with now actually.
No, I don't think he's on a team right now.
Oh, well, he should have been more prepared, I mean, we got the announcement about the leagues, I think on January 1st.
True.
He should have been ready, January 3rd, we had an open qualifier. That's plenty of time to prepare. You're a pro Dota player. You should be ready.
Especially in Europe, where that open qualifier was only for division, or the lower division. I was going to call it Division 2. I had no idea because I was in NA.
Yeah.
And NA apparently is the only region that you could actually get into the upper division.
Yeah. Which is odd because I've always loved like the OG storyline, right?
Yeah.
You went from open qualifiers, and obviously it's a bit different. They were a favorite, but they went from open qualifiers to TI winners. Same thing ig and Secret did back when Arteezy would, start with Secret, evaporate, float over to NA, rain down back onto EG. Both teams had to go through opens. And now we're just potentially doing away with those.
That was the beauty of Dota too. Like anybody could go through open qualifiers, and if you were good enough, you could go all the way to, main stage TI.
And I love that because you contrast it with, say, like League of Legends, where you could have a spot, and then your organizer's like, you know what, actually, we sold that spot. So, bye. We're kicking the entire team for these other guys. God.
See, I was going to contrast that with early Dota 2 and like old Dota 1 days where people just viewed pub players as not really Dota players.
What were they?
You don't really play competitive Dota. You don't know what pro Dota's like. That's why we just had a cycle of like the same kind of pro players working their way in. And then we had some fresh new talent like Kyle. And everything's been better since in the Dota 2 atmosphere. We are going to have a quick break and then come back with Game 2.
heart. Don't you wanna see the world? Don't you wanna? Don't you wanna see the world? You switch on the left. What you waiting for? Don't you wanna see the world? Don't you wanna? Don't you wanna see the world? You switch on the left. What you waiting for? Don't you wanna see the world? Don't you wanna? Don't you wanna see the world? You switch on the left. What you waiting for? Don't you wanna see the world? Don't you wanna? Don't you wanna see the world? You switch on the light to my heart.
Our draft for Game 2 is coming up, but let's first break down Game 1 a little bit more and talk about like maybe some of the things that we could have done differently. And when it comes to drafting, looking forward to Game 2, what are some things, Kyle and Moxie, that you hope change for the better to give us a more even game?
Well, I mean, I think I'd like to see Amar being more active early. I think he really shines when he's able to do stuff like that. He makes a lot of space. Because you can see Crystals, he's a beast. That guy's going to farm. But you also need to have control of the map. And that's something Kyle kept bringing up, the fact that they were losing all of this real estate. And just by doing that, you can see the net worth sliding in favor of Spider Pigs. That was a huge problem.
It's I mean, it's the same in the real world as it is in Dota. You know, there's a limited amount of territory, and those structures are very important and very valuable. They're only going to get more valuable as players become better at abusing openings and those resource disadvantages. So when you lose your mid tower at 8 minutes, and the enemy team has only taken 5 damage on theirs, you're at a significant disadvantage. That big fight they waited for with the BKBs, that was under a structure. Nyx Assassin is Sand King stands, like these are useless abilities once you're under that true side of the tower.
I feel like you were kind of referencing something, but it went over my head.
I thought so too. I'm still looking. I'm getting warmed up,
like,
all right? It's been a while.
I was like sitting there and he's got the grin, you know, where he's doing the talking thing, he's doing the analyzing, and he gets this little grin, and I'm just like, he's talking about Dota, he's like, you know, that thing. And
I thought you guys had a connection. I could see the eyes.
What is this reference
meeting,
he's making right now?
Do you know what it is? It's because I'm able to talk without thinking about it. So then I'm thinking about other stuff.
Yeah, I noticed. Believe me, everyone is very aware of your ability to talk without thinking, Kyle. You didn't need to tell us that.
For the viewers at home, you know, it's been a while. Maybe you forgot. I did.
Well, Moxie, I hope you didn't forget to think. I like the fact you talked about Amar wanting to be a little bit more aggressive. It feels like to me that a lot of that analysis just came down to guys kind of got to set up better lanes for yourselves. Is that too far?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. We all were talking about this Batrider Lina matchup. You know, everyone, you guys were convinced. You saw that Lina, you're like, Batrider's going into the off lane. But you could see that Spider Pigs was banning out the off lane because they knew already, and they didn't shift. Like, that's the other thing. Why didn't you shift that Batrider?
Yeah, the last pick to Sand King. Whenever I see a lot like last, it's just odd. And it's the issue with Clock off lane, Sand King off lane, even Bad off lane to an extent. They're not real damage dealing heroes.
I heard the man, the myth. I heard Nyx Assassin announcing himself and his presence here in Game 2's draft, the opening pickup, which, as Kyle pointed out, is this is going to be repeat. You're going to see Nyx Assassin 1-2 all the time, unless it gets elevated into a ban, which I honestly feel like that hero, unless you're very confident with your drafting and like hero versatility, I think giving that hero up to the enemy team limits too much of your draft. There's too many heroes you can't pick once you give Nyx Assassin to the enemy.
At the same time, though, heroes like Brew are excellent against him, and while I've always viewed Nyx as like that higher level hero. It's sort of, if you think about mathematics, right? At first, you know, at the lower levels, they say, you know, there's no such thing as I don't know, square, like there's no imaginary numbers, right? You're just like, okay, we're working with integers. And then you get to higher level math, they're like, no, all of that's actually a lie. A physics is probably a better example, because like at first they pretend wind resistance is there, and then you get to hard physics and it does. So Nyx Assassin is sort of like those higher level classes. So you've got to understand stuff like wind resistance. Otherwise, you can get abused because you're not taking into effect like other things. And then let's say you were designing a good draft or a rocket ship. Suddenly it's
all right, Kyle, let's stick with what you know. Let's stick with cultural references.
Anyways,
and not any of the hard
Mars
sciences.
just got picked up. I'm so excited to see him get his Mars. This is the hero I was talking about, Cap. This is one that
you were
he
very
shines
excited
on.
when that picked
the
up.
The only thing that's a little problematic about it is that he plays a lot of this. So
Okay.
Spider Pigs, they're gonna know what to expect. They're gonna know this guy, as soon as that ultimate is off cooldown, he's gonna be in your lane, in your face, wanting to ult. So he's gonna have to be sneaky about it. But with a Nyx Assassin, you can do some scouting ahead of time. So maybe you can get the jump. But on the flip side, they did pick up an Enigma.
Yes. Which will need to buy BKB or you're never going to get a black hole off into a Nyx Assassin. However, look at the team fight. Like, this is team fight galore. I like the brew. Like, they're both open, too, because you theoretically could be looking at the 3-4, at the 4-5, at the 3-5. You really don't know. Talk about them.
I've been seeing way more, at least in NA anyway, I've been seeing way more 3 position Enigma.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a ton of 4. Have you guys?
I mean, if Secret pick it as an example, it's almost always going to be 4.
Sure.
In SA, sometimes you'll see it as a 4.
Meta. Okay.
But not really in NA. I think I've seen it mostly as a 3.
Thing is, the way it's played, like, I don't think it matters if it's a 3 or a 4. It's really just, it's a 3.5. Like, and whether or not you're the offlaner, I think you can play it a similar fashion. It's really just what's best for his game, not necessarily which player or role you want it as.
Well, in this case, I think we're pretty clear that this is probably, with the Brewmaster already picked up, right?
Yeah, I'm totally
4.
fine with that as long as we have an active 2 in this situation.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you gave yourself the, like, Brewmaster is not greedy per se, but he does need his certain amount of farm to be able to work, especially since the way people have been really enjoying Aghanim Scepter on him lately, being able to have that option for a second ultimate. And so I just want to make sure they have an active. That's all I really care about. Rubik was actually the hero I thought they were going to be second picking because that's a 4 position that works really well with Brew and is a classic counter to Nyx.
It's also something you want to keep out of the hands of Creepwave when you're playing with an Enigma, because that's one of the easier steal combos possible. Like, Nyx walks in with Carapace, interrupts ultimate. You now have 2.4 seconds to just steal Black Hole and then counteract. So I like that they make sure they grab it first.
If I recall, too, Alex plays one hell of a Rubik, too. So that's yet another reason to take it out of the pool, so that way Spider Pigs can ensure they get that.
Okay, so where is
Nice
this
skills.
Enigma? Right? Like, I feel like all the roles are kind of jumbled up here because we kind of have 2 4 positions right now. And so something weird is going on. Whether it's as simple as like 5 Rubik, okay, that's not the weirdest thing in the world, but it's been a minute since that was really meta. Or if we're doing a 5 Enigma or Brew. Maybe Brew's going mid.
It could.
Weird things.
Yeah, they could try to, like, put the Brew in a different position, but the 5 Rubik makes the most sense to me. I don't feel like Enigma's a great 5.
Yeah, I would really love. They just need some catch now with low CD. I'm a big fan of Ember Spirit in this spot for Spider Pigs. Pretty much into anything because you can swap it to whatever lane is most agreeable. It's not terrible against Mars Nyx either. You can get hunted by Carapace, but the game has changed significantly since Ember's used to, split push constantly, go double Battle Fury Daedalus. You're more of a bruiser now.
Yeah, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. I feel like in many ways they are interchangeable, just a little bit of faster pace with Void.
Look how fast that response is, though. They see the Void Spirit and they say, yup, that's it. Noob says, give me that Lena.
Yeah, it's another excellent matchup for Noob. As you said, 35 wins, 36 wins, something like that on the hero?
Well, we got to add one now after that. But yes, he had 34 wins, 82% win rate. That was his 35th win.
And this is something I think you won't see a drafter like, say, Rasmus or Misery in the Hellbear Smashers make. If there's one guy... Because Lena, we've seen this even with Sumail back in the day, right? Even in his TI win, he was playing a handful of heroes. And luckily you couldn't ban all of them. Whereas in this case, if I'm playing against Noob and I see this guy's got 80-something% win rate, I'm taking out his best hero, even first too. You don't let him beat you with the same thing twice. Wraith, one of the better counters to the Enigma, but I've always loved Brew against Wraith King, both in the laning phase and later on. You just toss him up in the air.
This is a great Coddle lineup for Creepwave to round this out.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. He's been super on the up and up since they reworked him.
Yep.
That recall, too, being able to just have him right in the fight whenever you want.
That's another, I love the Aghanim shards. That's another Ice Frog. I swear, he just like went to his Scribner. He's like, okay, what did they used to be able to do? All right, cool. Give him that again, but make it a shard. And in heroes like Coddle, it makes a ton of sense because it was too much to keep in a basic ability or all included in an Ags, but now the Ags and the shard. I just like Aghanim shard. Trivia question, Cap. What does Mars' Aghanim shard do?
That is the one that allows you to be able to throw spear and hit 2 units. So you can actually pin 2 people, and it leaves a fire trail on the ground.
You know, I think you're right, but if you were just making that up, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Can
All right, pop quiz,
reasonable.
Kyle. What is Mars' Aghanim Scepter?
That's a lower cooldown on W, isn't it? And then also, what?
That was last patch. Ooh, I want to hear that. Oh, man, if we had the sound effects, that the crowd groan. Oh, that was last patch. Close, Kyle. But this patch, you now have the reworked Bulwark with your undead soldiers.
What?
Oh, that's right, the undead soldiers.
Yes.
You sure that's not Clinks? His
No, this is Mars. You get like a phalanx almost.
You're right, Kyle. You got me. I mixed up Mars and Clinks.
No, I remember. It makes like the impenetrable wall.
Yeah.
Of,
Yes, they attack for you. It's actually a really big damage upgrade late game.
There you go. The more you know. I'm just glad that I'm here, to help the viewers learn, because there was a lot added, not many
There is a
people
lot
probably had
added.
time to go through all those patches, so we're going to get through it together, guys. Remember, we got a lot of Dota upcoming. 35 more days.
All right. My vote here is Coddle, but Spider Pigs, their options for carries, very limited, because Monkey King, Lycan, PA, Troll, Phantom Lancer, Naga Siren, Juggernaut, and Riki have all been banned. 8 carries are banned out of the pool. There's not much left, Kyle.
Yeah. But Lone Druid is in the pool.
Warlock.
Okay.
Ooh.
BKB interrupt for the Enigma.
Yeah. Straight up hard counter.
Oh,
Anti-mage.
anti-mage.
There was pretty much Anti-Mage and his brother Terrorblade were left. I think that was it.
Oh, they're like the last kids to get picked
Yeah.
for the kickball
Oh.
team.
And
Feels bad.
TV's
Speaking
the
of,
fat kid that nobody wanted, apparently.
Oh.
Speaking of Sumail, this draft is very reminiscent of that old school PPD EG. If you look at the core lineups, the Brewmaster Animage is something they ran a ton with Artesia Universe, and then the Lena, and then 2 strong team fighting supports. I miss the Zion Enigma. Wish we saw that more often. I miss
Maybe we
Zai.
will.
He's here. I can't see him in the bubble, but it's only a short car ride.
Well, we will be able to see more of him maybe tomorrow. I actually don't know what the schedule is, but we will be looking at some upper division matches.
I don't want to watch
some
him
point
play
in
Dota.
time.
I want hugs.
Okay, well, no hugs for
Social distancing.
I know.
Kyle is like, he's very physically needy. He needs that attention. But we need to give our attention to Game 2. The draft is done. The game about to start. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're not quite ready yet. So
It'll start.
That was very smooth, though. I
Happens like
appreciate
in
it.
10 seconds.
One job.
We're in
One
like
job.
10 seconds, we're going to go into the game. But for right now, I'll give you your trivia question now, Kyle, because it's important to this game.
I'm
which
ready.
is Wraith King.
Yes.
His shard. What does it do?
A reincarnation costs no mana, and it.
Damn, he was
Skeleton.
on
Ding, ding,
point.
ding, 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 ding.
Very good, Kyle.
Is that it? or
Party
is there more?
horn. Woo.
I thought it might.
Hey,
summon-
there you go. That's
Does it
nice
summon
thought of
skeletons
it. Well done,
too, or is that
Dreamleague.
the
That was
eggs?
great. No, that was absolutely the shard. You are correct on that.
Dang.
So that's going to be fantastic for an Animage, right?
Oh, yes.
I would still favor the Spider Pigs draft. However, there are still weaknesses, like their playmaking ability is not so strong. You're playing around these big ultimates. But this, once again, is a very poor last pick, in my view, from Creepwave. Warlock, it is conceptually okay against Enigma, but basically, if you're not using your ult and Enigma isn't, typically Enigma's going to take that trade, because you're pretty damn useful even without your ult. And I would have rather something like a Wyvern, where at least you're a little better in lane, you have more damage, and it's an offensive. You could kill the Enigma with it.
And there still was a Coddle too.
Yeah.
You had options.
You had options. And the thing is, both Coddle and Warlock are awful against Brew.
True.
Because you just get ran at by the pandas, all your stuff gets dispelled. In fact, I would argue Brew is the best support or hero against Warlock because you can AoE defensive dispel Fatal Bonds, which is, other than ultimate, all Warlock really is bringing to an engagement.
Well, my question is, do they have enough to take down a Wraith King twice?
I don't think they're like the best hero they have for that situation is Brewmaster, where he's kind of like that team fight winner, and those are like really big, mostly like the AoE team fight, like Monkey King type of heroes. Those are my favorite against Wraith King, but I'm always down with Brewmaster as being a favorite as well, because it feels like you don't want to fight into that hero, but Reincarnation going off kind of forces you to just turn and try and play into that.
Right. Well, here we go again with the Lina in the mid lane, and of course, Malrine is going to be playing the Void Spirit here. So should be a nice lane for this Lina.
Sweet. It's never good. So this is the problem with this magic. You can see Marine just straight up eating a tree tango to start the laning phase.
Not a good sign.
It's forever etched into my memory. I know how bad this matchup is. Lina versus Void Spirit.
Did you have a bad Void Spirit game?
No, I did not. Blitz did when we duo queued.
Oh no.
And he got into an argument with one of our pub players, as he does.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
He does that quite a bit.
He's become really elitist after becoming a coach again.
And they got into it, and the guy challenged him to a 1v1. He was trying to tell him how to play the matchup. And so they played that 1v1, and it did not go well for the pub player playing Void Spirit. He thought you could just max out Dissimilate and it would be fine.
It's not fine.
It's not fine.
It's not fine at all.
And then you've got a maxed out Dissimilate Void Spirit, so you didn't even win the lane, and it's a bad skill.
Yeah. This is the thing. The first couple waves can go okay, but once Lina gets the levels on you, specifically level 3, it gets a lot more difficult. But this is also a very odd lane. AM plus. It is actually a 5-position Enigma.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's the first for me. Oh, we got the cell.
Man should be able to out-heal that damage, though. Oh gosh, he's sitting so low. Just needs a little bit more for that bottle.
Is the sentry outside of the hard camp at bottom?
At bottom?
Yeah. Because the reason Fishman was taking so much damage, he was trying to stop the pull. So I was curious why he was so far forward, because it looks like, yeah, he blocked the camp. So I guess he just didn't block it early enough to stop the spawn. Or no, he didn't block it.
Smart plays here over on the Rubik. Let's get a little bit more damage out here. I don't think he's going to tick down far enough.
No, he's going to die. Maybe later.
Maybe later. Not today.
Watch DNC through the power of Kyle was wrong, not die the entire game here.
He's going to die. We all die eventually.
Thank you, Kyle.
No. I'm still getting warmed up.
He's heating up.
I'll be very, very disappointed, though, if my pick to win the league gets 2-0'd, so I really hope Creepwave brings something to the table.
You're
here.
truly in fine form today, Kyle.
Yeah,
you really brought it to DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel.
So far, the strategy of picking losing matchups into the enemy player's best mid-hero does not seem to be super effective, but you never know.
You know, they're just warming up. It's a long season. You can't put all your cards out there at once.
Yeah, rune control is going to be huge here. I want to see both teams send an ally to the rune as the other checks. It's going to be critical for these players to grab it.
Doesn't look like they're going to send any supports to try to go and secure the runes, though.
And it's going to be one of those good old 50-50s. Still don't. I really wish a bounty rune spawned at the opposite every 2 minutes, but...
What about the empty rune? Have you heard that suggestion?
No.
It's a rune that doesn't do anything besides fill up the bottle.
Sure.
So essentially, water.
Yes.
Drawing in over here on Noob.
Why don't these guys just pick up the water that's in the river. Like, what's wrong with them?
Seriously.
It's not magic water. It needs to be
Well,
blessed
well-
by
Oh.
the priestess. Thank you.
And it also, in the lore, it's actually cursed. If you remember in the 6th Harry Potter movie, when Dumbledore and Harry go to the island to retrieve the Horcrux, the goblet can only be filled with that water that then summons the Inferi. So it's a similar scenario here, except in this case.
See, when you deal with cultural references, you're on point.
Thank you.
You're like locked on. I don't question your expertise when it comes to that.
You must be really good at Trivial Pursuit.
When it comes to the hard sciences, though, I'm like, what the hell? Kyle
sciences.
doesn't know what he's talking about.
I never really did like science and math because there was only the one right answer. The thing about English,
No. Oh, no.
you can just make stuff up, but if it's well reasoned, you still get points.
Bounty time.
That should help.
Double bracing. I mean, top lane going a little better for the AM than usual. I think just a lot, the deny spam from LeBron, 9 already, and oftentimes you're getting 0 XP from him as well.
Fishman getting thrown right back in again, but Mitch taking a decent chunk of damage. Needs to be careful. I think this is going to be a little bit of a trade. I don't think they're going to be able... Oh, no, they have another Wraith Fire Blast. This is going to be a dead Mitch, I think. No, not quite enough. This will turn back around. They've got the heal over onto Casalis. He's going to try to lifesteal a little bit here, but is forced back. Thinking about going back in again. Needs to be careful. Can they get it? There it is. There's the first blood. And they just can't get quite enough damage on Mitch. Ooh, he harvested his bones, too. Bones for the Bone God. Or King, in this case.
Another 50-50.
It's gonna be bottom. I can feel it.
It was indeed
was
bottom.
All
You
right.
gotta, it's like when my knee hurts and I know it's gonna rain. You just gotta get that feeling and trust it.
Congratulations, Kyle. You had a literal 50% chance to be right.
I'll get
You
the next
flipped
But he
a
was
coin.
right.
The next one's
you
gonna
know?
be bottom too, Cap.
Okay,
me how
we'll
I know.
check. We'll check in a minute and a half
You're gonna
because
say something
Kyle's
about your
bum
knee.
knee is acting up.
Level 6 on the Void Spirit. If only he had that DD, but he lost the 50-50. That'd be a real easy way to threaten that Lina, but now Noob is just gonna push the lane. You don't want to play into him because of the DD, but if you leave the lane, then he can just start hitting your tower. So it looks like they're both gonna jungle. Void Spirit coming top though. Can you really kill AM in the spot?
Looks like they're going to try to find out up there. And it's looking like a no. They're trying to chase after him, but maybe they can get LeBron. Maybe they can get themselves a consolation prize. They have a stun up soon. Alex needs to get out of the way here. Gotta find it. All of the mana is, of course, gone here from this Void Spirit, so... Anti-Mage just gonna go saunter away.
I love the raindrop pickup. In a game like this, you're really only threatened by a burst combo, and that effectively almost guarantees you're going to stay alive, as both Nyx and Mars stuns would be reduced by the full damage.
My thanks to thee.
Look at that. Like, you kill LeBron, but it doesn't matter. He brings the salve, he brings the... I think of the Wraith Band as well. Really nice.
Middle tower has fallen.
Do force Mitch back, though, here. He's got Tranquil, so he's gonna be able to heal up.
I've not seen this max haze before. It makes sense with the Rubik. You haze, then bolt, and set him on fire, but I think against a Wraith King, I'd still prefer max clap. Mid really the only lane that's got a decisive advantage with the Lina pretty ahead, and now the Arcane Rune. Where was that again? Oh, bottom. Huh.
100% prediction rate so far this game.
I mean, the
Are we
next
sure who's bottom?
Yeah. The next one's going to be top too, so I hope he stays there.
But that mid tower already down. Now LeBron trying to run away. The lift up. Laguna Blade comes out and they go and they take down the Void Spirit. They're going to take down Alex. And this is not looking great for Amar as he also goes down.
Yeah, this is
Good rotation.
And now a beautiful stack, still with the Arcane Rune running. This is literally the dream for Alina. He'll pick up, hopefully, a better neutral item than that trusty shovel.
Bottom lane, still only level 5 here on Mitch. It's gonna tick down. Fishman will collect the kill. MG making his way bottom, trying to get them off the tower, but this is looking like it's going down pretty fast here, Kyle.
Yeah, will they get the last hit though? Looks like
Nope.
Dire's bottom tower.
At least it wasn't denied, but you do get more gold if you get the last hit yourself. A lot of people don't know that. I don't really understand why it works this way, but it does. It's one of the only aspects of Dota in which it pays more to be selfish. What?
You got a thought? There, Cal?
Doesn't like a lot of Dota pay you to be selfish?
Ooh, there's the arena, but it's an anti-mage, and if you don't have that lockdown, he's just gonna blink on out.
That's true. An impenetrable wall does not help you against teleportation.
You're gonna hit us with some science there, Kyle. Tell us a little bit of how physics work and.
Well, you would have to put down a dream spike, but that doesn't actually exist in the Dota 2 universe. So unfortunately, there is no method of keeping the AM inside of that arena.
Ah, yes, I see. I concur.
Yes. There's at least 3 people that know what I'm talking about, and to you, I appreciate you. Just like I'm sure Lil Pleb, aka Thug, appreciates that LeBron is still just denying creeps from his lane and jungling with them. Only 1,000 net worth, but he is doing so much to help out his boy. In fact, just level 1 Eidolons. I love that. He is playing to be annoying, and I have not seen this before, but I'm a big fan. This is the kind of this is why you want an experienced player like LeBron as your captain.
Boots of Travel Lube up and running. They go, they drop the rock. They can turn this right back around on Lina. In fact, there she goes. Down and over on the back lines. They'll find a kill on DNZ. Fishman trying to break some ankles, trying to find any escape. He's not going to be able to. Thug gets himself another kill.
It would have been really nice if Mitch had stayed down bottom. He got a little over-eager there, which means that now Crystals will just have some more free time. Nice turnaround, though. That's the danger of picking Lina. I'm glad we see this now because they really didn't threaten Spider-Pig's draft game 1 ever. But with a rock and a Void Spirit, yeah, he just exploded.
I really liked, in theory, what they were doing with that in defending their safe lane tower.
Oh, breaking the ankles though. He's got his dancing shoes on. There it is. There's that stun that we were looking for. Oh, jumping in though comes the anti-mage with good blade. Already getting used. She's so fast. She'll turn back around. Use the LSA. This is not looking good for Void Spirit. He's gonna go down, and Noob, he's gonna survive this. He's gonna be able to just run away.
Alex, you gotta just hit the stun, my man. That's painful because they throw out the remnant because you don't see the Nyx stun, and that's just it's a free kill going wanting, and you actually lose your mid instead. That is critical. Crystals makes a nice move though. I like the armlet build as well. You gotta be aggro here. Cannot get away with some Midas or Radiance in a game against an AM Enigma.
I think this build feels a lot better. In general, Wraith King just feels so strong because of that guaranteed crit that you get. Like it's even if the crit is like less than you used to be able to get, it's such a value proposition just to like, okay, if we want to start this fight, Wraith King can throw out a stun and do 300 damage with one hit. Like that could potentially just lead into it being a 4 versus 5 because you get this guaranteed damage in.
Everyone's just hard at work back to farming. Do you guys have a favorite tier 1 neutral?
I think most people like the brooch.
What?
I'm a fairy trinket fan myself. Personally.
Right? Why are you saying what?
Those are not the right answer. The right answer is either the Arcane Ring or Keen Optic. They're the highest win rate tier 1 items, and they're also the best.
I literally don't know any players who hate getting movement speed. For free.
True. But I mean, the int ring is just broken though. It's 10 intelligence and 3 armor and 4 mana effect. Like that's just not. That's so good.
The stats are very high on that item for it giving mana in an AOE.
Like you could remove the replenish, and I think it's still a tier 1 item.
It is a tier 1 item.
But it's in the tier 1.
Yes, I saw what you did there, Kyle.
Thank you.
We got a big smoke coming out here. We've got the black hole online. Crystals has no idea what's about to come up that river. He's already running off, though. He's already farmed up, and no one's showing right now. So seems like his spidey sense, even though he is not on Spider Pigs, is indeed tingling.
I think pigs have a sixth sense.
You know, they're actually one of the smarter animals.
Yeah, if anything, it would make sense that pigs are the ones with the extra normal senses.
They do. They have an incredibly strong sense of smell. It's the only way that you can find truffles.
There are dogs that can find truffles, too. Hold that thought. Salas is getting jumped on down here. He is all alone. They're trying to take the tower. The TPs are coming out though in mass. They want to try to protect the black hole coming out from Levant. Just a little bit early, but he's going to be able to go and hold on to the Warlock. Fishman though, he's there. He turns it back around. He drops the rock, but they already used the split. He's not looking so healthy. He's going to go down. They lose the anti-mage, and they use that big ol' arena, but it's only doing so much here as Amar trying to hide. There's no trees for him to hide. He's looking back over here on LeBron. LeBron actually going to go down as they'll turn around. They get the kill on Alex. Not sure what Amar's doing. He's looking for that perfect spirit, apparently. Trying to finish him off. Can he do it? No! Again! He is going to walk away from almost an impossible situation. Look at the tips coming out, boys.
Brewmaster.
King of what?
Brewmaster, how many times? We've seen this hero for literally a decade. You are the lord of the team fight, especially at this phase. You don't need items. Doesn't matter if all he has is tranquils. You get that split off, you're going to be strong. Fishman, preemptively ulted by LeBron. A little early, which typically punishes you a lot more. A lot of people got burned being a bit too early in the markets these last few months. But here, they win the team fight anyway. Well, yeah.
Some guys are just a little early, you know?
What are you going to do?
It looked like they might have been able to turn it around, but again, they had that split. You have so many fights going on in separate sides. You can see Noob over on the back lines, go and you throw up that arena, but
they blew everything to get the anti-mage.
And now they're all on
you're out
cooldown.
of ammo.
I've heard of the zoning black hole. I don't think I've ever heard of the preemptive black hole.
Well, now you
I
have.
think so. I mean, there's the... Never mind.
My man just black holed and was just waiting. Just go ahead, TP into it.
You won't.
I doubled it.
I was like, wow, that's
aggressive.
an interesting move.
I like it.
I mean, I think in general, if you're Creepwave, you should have been happy with trading tier 1 towers there. I don't think Crystal should have been in that bottom lane. I think he should have been just farming his way through his own jungle into triangle and let his team just take top.
Look at that. They planned. They knew that Amar was on his way down here. He's going to be able to go spear him to the wall. Needs the follow-up, though. In comes Alex. We can turn this around. That Brewmaster, he's so strong right now. Good impale, but the rest of the team, hot on his heels, coming right back down against Fight Carapace. Buys him a little bit more time, but Noob just absolutely obliterates him. They cut down the trees. There's no place for you to hide, Alex.
As like you said though, Mox, I mean, Amar, he's got his ult up, he immediately goes and uses it. Really well done as well. You saw that immediate bulwark toggle. I thought Rubik had got arena, but he was actually so quick that he got to use this bulwark. But it doesn't matter, like, they're just bringing more heroes. There was a TP top from Crystallis, so he's not involved. And yeah, that armlet's nice for early fights, but there's a Battle Fury Yasha already up on Thug.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I think one of the things that, like, AM, like, obviously he needs to be able to get his you know, big 3-item timing, but you can actually use AM in team fights much earlier. He needs levels for that to be worth it. I think one of the purely off the laning phase, like the first levels of an Animage is where you can pressure him a lot because he doesn't do that extreme amount of mana burn. But they solved that problem with the Enigma. He was like level 5 and the Enigma was like level 2. They just gave him a solo lane with none of the risks involved.
I mean,
Lowering gonna make it out here. Mitch wants him. You can see Alex.
I mean, Spiderpig's playing great. This is, you know, I kind of saw this coming. They do have the 5 players on Wikipedia. It's part of the reason I chose them as one of my 2 teams to advance into that upper division. Creepwave, looking a little lost, you know, still inexperienced. They got to make some more moves and coordination. A pincer now and then would be nice. It doesn't feel like they've had a fight that they set up in either game. I suppose that bottom engagement, but like, you know, you have a Warlock TPing in last in full vision of the enemy team. It just, it's not what you want.
It feels like to me they are like trying to compensate off of things that happen in the laning phase. You know, like they lose their mid tower and they like try and keep their safe lane tower up. Unnecessarily, like not just accepting trades, instead trying to fight to keep more map control. And I think they should be happy with, like, with what they have. I look at this lineup and I don't think it's going to be super hard outscaled.
I mean, Cap, if we could all be happy with what we had, the world would be a much better place. But in this world, you got to get ahead if you want to take those wins. And I don't even remember what person you were talking about because I was too focused on making that needless comment. Lanes, are in a decent position, but the problem is, once again, Spider Pigs, they're going to get ahead further and further the longer this game goes on. So Creepwave, you're sort of forced into making moves, but how do you do that? Well, first, smoke, but who will you find is the question.
Well, they found someone. They're going to try to take out the Lena. They should be able to stun lock her here. Down she goes. So that's a pretty nice pick off. That was a lot
Excellent
just for her,
pick.
though.
Now pursue.
What do you
Make your way into the triangle. Take that over. I mean, it's like, it's your only play when you make a 5-man move to your own safe lane jungle. Like, the pick is nice and everything, but where you are on the map doesn't lead you to anywhere, right? Like, you farm backwards through your jungle as 5, like, that's going to feel terrible. The only play you have is to invade their triangle. Take that.
There's a very fast Ags on the Panda. 420 minutes. His net worth might be low, but his game impact so high, and really, it's the Void Spirit of Maureen.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Marine.
I keep seeing Marlene. Mitch, though, getting taunted back. They need to stun him up so that way he can't go and get the split off, and it looks like they're going to be able to. So that's another nice pick going over to the side of Creepwave.
He was completely alone on the enemy side of the river. Not something you want to do unless you're Caesar with an army at your back. He does get punished.
It's overconfidence, right? You're really, feeling good about everything.
That's a huge death, and the death still up for Crystals means this is a much easier Roshan. They're behind in gold, but they can still grab that objective. This is really their only hope to get back into this, is an Aegis into a couple of towers with a big team fight behind a Golem.
A little bit more damage. Rosh is going to go down, and Aegis is picked up now on the Wraith King, so would not be surprised to see them make some moves. But they do need to push out these waves so that way they're able to take an objective off of it.
I just so when we click on a player, it shows us what they have bound for their sticky key. Somebody has Rapier.
No, it's in place of the TP, I think, for some things.
Yeah. I believe that's
Can you rebind that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's the sticky key. Or like, there's a sticky buy, and then there's one that you set manually in the game. Most people just have TP on sticky because, it's a Mar.
It's a Mar.
My
Nice.
man. I love that. He is his one bind. You have one bind you can use to pick any item to be able to grab more easily from the shop, and he chose a Divine Rapier. That's confidence.
Whenever I see those players who make it a Divine Rapier, I feel like it's the emergency button. His game's going to hell, boys. Hit the button.
What can we do?
Buy the Divine. Oh yeah, that's another one. Rubik, not nearly as good against Wraith King as he used to be, because, especially in team fights, you think you're going to steal Wraith Fire Blast, easy point-and-click stun. Instead, you steal his aura, and you're like, I can't do anything with that until I hit some creeps. Then you can summon skeletons like he's doing now and push out lanes, and that feels good. But in the middle of a team fight, it does nothing for you.
You summon the boys
you're
to
like,
come in and help you.
Oh, God.
BKB picked up now for Lena. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult to get this kill on her. She's been jumped on a couple times now.
Yep, and that's what you got to prevent. If you can just juke out the Nyx and the Mars, just stay alive is the name of the game. And the BKB also necessary because the Void Spirit went for that Ags rush. You're now immune to that AoE silence. I'm so afraid at times. Like, I knew that hadn't changed. I'm like, damn, did they change it? Like, what would Void Spirit Ags do if not the double charge on the E with the silence attached?
I think there's a lot of play. Like, you have to keep in mind, a lot of people who watch Dota actually don't play Dota anymore either. So they're learning as they're watching with us.
It's really cool. I've always loved that about the game. It's like, even if you don't play, you're still going to watch when the top teams play. Like, it's just one of those games that can keep you interested. And yeah, it's changed dramatically, but end of the day, you go watch TI3, TI4, the map will look weird.
But it's still so hype.
It's the same game.
TI3 is what got me into Dota, is watching that final. And I still go back and I show it to people who are like, what's Dota? And I'm like, oh, you got to see this.
Some good moments. LGD versus Liquid lower bracket. Back when wild BO1s were the norm. And
so this is interesting. You've got LeBron sitting far back along with Mitch Smoked, and you've got a Smoke that just got put over onto Creepwave because they picked up some BKBs as well. A little bit of like ships passing. I mean, the ships right now aren't anywhere near each other, obviously, but they're sitting up over on the high ground.
Oh, this could be sick. This is that pincer maneuver we were hoping for.
All right, immediate the split. Amar now, again, he does have BKB, so if he needs to, he can go and try to pop it. Turns back around, just wants to try to take the Enigma out as fast as possible, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it, so that team fight threat no longer available. Rubik stealing up that spear. Seems like they just realized, all right, we don't have the Enigma anymore. We're going to back off. This is not a fight that we want to take.
And they got the split. It's a good move, but I really like to see, you know, Thug had no intention of joining that fight, and he's not supposed to. He's just going to try to continue scaling. He recognizes his advantage is that he is investing. Wraith King, or rather, Crystallis, you know, he's bought a Porsche. He's trying to show off.
Those sentry wards placed over into the Radiant jungle, too, just did so much in keeping him alive because he kept tabs on Alex the entire time. He just kept being a little bit too fast. I'm sure they've realized that they have all that. They even go for a Dusk here, figuring he's still trailing him. Maybe going for that rune, but went for the other one instead. And we've got so many blinks picked up now, too. I think Rubik picked up his blink. We've got the Nyx with the blink. A lot of mobility coming out.
Yeah, it's a tough game to really
Oh, the black hole. Okay. Amar, though, he's still alive. He's pins them over to the wall. And they just need the follow-up. The spear, though, being taken by DNZ will push him back. There's going to be the drag back over onto Noob. Not sure about this Void Spirit. He really wants these kills. Oh, look at that damage. He's going to turn back around. Gets the kill on DNZ. Would like to go after Noob. Probably not going to be able to. Doesn't have any more of those charges left. We'll drop the Aether Remnant. They thought about moving over onto him. LeBron's sitting very, very low. Oh, Crystalzi just jumps forward. Gets a big old chop off. This is looking like Void Spirit's going to get taken down. Fishman looks like he's next on that menu as he just gets devoured.
Really played, and yeah, I've been wrong for almost an hour and a half. That is actually Lil Pleb, not Thug. I was confused. He's listed as their official substitute, though. However, according to Valve rules, substitutes can only play 4 out of the 7 league games. Oh. So I'm not sure if Thug is now benched player or if he is just MIA for this match, but that is actually Lil Pleb.
Well, good on Lil Pleb, you know, making his DPC debut in front of everyone.
Whoa,
he's doing some work.
Fast fingers.
Omar, he wants this. Alex, patiently charging after Mitch. Just looking for. Okay, they managed to go land the stun. If they can get this kill on Lena, this will be great. There it is. There's very far. Oh, but the jump forward coming out from Lil Pleb is he immediately. No, it's not enough. Omar blinks forward, gets the kill on the Lena, but it's not looking so hot here for our friend as he will fall down. He's going to come right back up again. Beautiful arena as they grab Lil Pleb. He's taunted up. Can they stun lock him? Can they get this kill? He's silenced as well. One more hit will do the trick. Down goes Lil Pleb, and now LeBron, he's all alone aside from this Rubik here. Looks like we're gonna lose the Enigma. Down he goes, and down goes the Rubik.
Wow.
Beautiful play coming out from Creepwave.
That was
hightailing it out of there.
First off, where was Mitch in that engagement? He just wasn't available for that. That was a 5-on-4. But Alex, 3 critical stuns, most notably that one on Noob as his BKB faded. Naked too. He had nothing going. That was a hasted Lena after all the buff ups. And AM blinking and staying within the arena. That was not what he wanted to do.
You cast his curse, though. we were talking, we were praising Lil Pleb, and then, you know, he made a misstep. This is not looking super great here for this Brewmaster pinned to a tree, and Amar the fella takes
Man went from MIA to KIA.
Nice.
He just wasn't even in the team fight last time. Still ended up fighting a death. I think that's possibly the worst situation of your cores. When you survive through a team fight and then still get picked like 15 seconds, 20 seconds later, it just means your entire team is stalled.
That's a dead Rubik.
Oh.
They popped the arena too. I mean, it's
like
not
that.
the end of the world, but
You're so low, you're going to back off anyway. Try to get that extra kill. You've got a few seconds before AM comes back up, you know? Make the play. If you're able to grab somebody else there, it's just more map control for the squad. And this game suddenly swang back to almost even. That was a 6k gold advantage on the AM against the Wraith King. Now just 2. And this is where it's a lot more balanced, because if you look at the Wraith King, the raw damage output is absurd. Does he has the shard too. I don't know if he realized that because
that happened the last team fight.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
AM came in to save the Lina and immediately started going on the Wraith King, right? But there was
Pop
the
right
shard
back
there.
up
yeah,
again.
I don't think he does that if he recognizes because he could have just swapped over to Amar, either killed him or at least him for the arena, and instead he goes all the way for Gonzalez, who's happy to die at that point. He's out of mana. Like, please get rid of me.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact timing when that was delivered.
It's I don't know what the notification. It's just not intuitive to find because if you click on an enemy, you're gonna see they have an Ags, but to actually find out if they have the shard, you have to look at that new area on the hero console.
The little blue dots
Yeah.
there.
Give it like a week or two, and I think players will adjust.
They're on the hunt now. I don't think they have any vision over in their own jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spider legs on Mitch. Orb of Destruction now on the Animage.
It's a game of cat and mouse. They'd love to get a nice black hole off, I'm sure.
Radiant's top tower
But Creepwave also smoking. They've trailed through. They have a general idea of where they're going to be, so.
Side view, both teams
money to burn.
want engagement.
They are on the low ground, though. That is the disadvantage of trying to do this.
You don't want to walk
take
up
the
this
castle.
Creepwave. AM would be a juicy target, though. They're going for him.
Good. Follow up, though, with the silence and the stun and the arena to boot. They have the vision. Down goes Lil Pleb.
Blow everything. Chase for more.
Can they grab any more, though, is the question. Blink's going to be off cooldown in a couple of seconds here. No, we'll just go pin him over to that eye spot. Sal's joining in the fun. He says, this is mine.
Really nice job. That's just like, I don't want to say laziness, but if you're Lil Pleb there, you know, look at where your wards are. You've got almost full control of that area where your team is standing on the high ground. That's where you'd like to take the engagement. If you want to push mid, maybe pop the mana. That'd be better than getting caught. There's so many stuns, and yeah, he's quick and he gets the Wraith King, but Nick's stun is ground targeted. The AoE silence from the Void Spirit is not something you can deal with unless you have Manta immediately ready. You've just got to be more disciplined there because you're effectively carrying the torch for your whole team in this game.
How many missteps does it take before this starts to slide away from them?
It's not quite avalanching, but we're certainly sliding. The snowball has formed, and there's been a crackling up the mountain.
We need a +1 for sure here to get this kill on Noob. Is anyone going to make their way over? It's like they're slowly coming. Oh, they dust. They have a feeling that she's being trailed. Going back around Laguna, and bye-bye, Alex.
Good heads up dust there. I believe that was the Rubik who just sort of read that on the map.
Did he steal Vendetta too?
Carapace.
Oh.
Still not too shabby.
That's what you love about Rubik against Nyx Assassin. The fact that you have a disable that doesn't stun you. Does no damage.
Are they thinking about engaging here?
Buyback is ready, it appears. They could. They have control of the outpost.
They have no vision up on the high ground either.
They need to get the brew to start, though. Or not.
Or they can just go after Noob.
Or Noob is just alone in the bottom lane.
Oh, the jump forward here, too. They'll be able to draw back the Rubik. You're not teleporting anywhere, my friend. And that's a double kill.
Man, if Spider Pig's like, they're in such a dominating position. You had the team fight. You can't do that. Like, your two heroes that can't get caught are the Lina and the AM. And that's twice in a row now. A core has just been caught asleep, getting distracted by the creeps. Maybe that's the strat. Creepwave continually baits their Creepwave.
Oh my god.
And it just worked again on the pro.
Hey, where did Enigma go? I think he was there a second ago.
Disappeared into the void.
Wow, magic tricks.
Oof. The Orb of Destruction, Desolate. This Wraith King starts to hit really hard.
Oh,
Nice job
nice
from the Nyx.
from Alex.
Gotta
In
get the
comes
stun up.
Crystallis. They've got the spear, and they've got a mighty chop. Ooh, and the tips coming up. Man, this is a South. I haven't seen this much since South American Dota, my friend.
Oh yeah. The sassiness is off the charts.
I love it. Feeling right at home now.
I think carry to carry matchup now. You feel really good for like the rest of the game.
Oh, for
your
sure.
Creepwave.
Yeah.
The only thing that Spider-Pigs can hope for when it comes to scaling is the fact that they do have this like weird Enigma position 5, and that like Lina is able to keep her net worth going, but she wasn't able to. Plus, she's so heavily countered by Nyx Assassin in team fights that it's just gonna be
stronger, especially against a hero like AM, because as you just saw, he just carapaces off the Battle Fury hit. Like, that's a kill. And late game, you're gonna have way more catch potential on the side of Creepwave, whereas the Spider-Pig supports, they're fodder.
Ooh, DNZ with the lift and the dust. They'll go for the split. They'll be able to take down the Nyx Assassin. They follow up, though. They go right back in again. Crystallis, he's looking for this opening. He wants to try to take down Mitch or anyone, but he's not getting success right now. Selena over on the high ground just continues to shoot like a chain gun there, but they're just going to back up. They did get the buyback out of the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. They, like, you could, I could hear LeBron from here yelling, go, 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 because, or sorry, Fishman, because he just drops the Golem, assuming there'll be more follow-up, but that was just a quick pick. Rubik Lina, plenty of space.
Amar just picked up a nullifier. Oh, LeBron? Oh, dear. You are a big part of that team fight, and you are just not a factor now.
Whoa.
Okay. That's a kill on Amar. Nicely scouted there by Pleb. I'm not sure why he was so far forward. He's an aggressive one, that Amar.
Bounty rune spawning. I'd love to see a team fight. I feel like we haven't seen a true 5-on-5 engage since that tier 1 clash at, I think, 12 minutes into the game. And it's since then just been pickoff after pickoff as teams just punish enemy errors.
I think the weird part about this game for Spider-Pigs is that they pretty much have to play around their vision. That's usually what happens when you have a lineup that doesn't have the clear frontliner, right? Because Brewmaster is in danger at this point of being chain stunned and never getting off his ultimate. So he can't necessarily frontline for you. So they kind of have to have vision in any team fight that's taken. And I think that's why you just see them kind of like spiral downwards once one pick happens. They just feel like they can't fight at all because they don't have the clear sense of initiation, nor the anti-initiation hero that can just soak up damage for you.
Oh man. I understand the desire for teamfight. I just wish LeBron had gone for a BKB, which then says to Fishman, you know, you can't cast Golem, or I have an uninterruptible black hole. And I think that threat would have been really critical here. Hag soon to be complete on Fishman. That is a nasty item pickup. Not one, but 2 golems. I mean, we all watched Fellowship, and it was excellent to see Gandalf take down the single Balrog, but I gotta imagine if there were 2, it could have been a different story. Maybe it just ends in the first book.
Don't get me started on the whole wizard debate. I had a whole debate on Twitter about that.
Gandalf literally did everything. Dumbledore just showed him and was like, hey, you know,
thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Come back to this. Oh, the jump forward over here. They're going to be able to take... Oh, Black Hole followed up, though, from LeBron. BKB coming out from Noob. They've got the Laguna, but they're just not able to quite finish him off in time. He's taking a lot of damage. And look at that, the lifesteal coming off there. They'll take down Erlene, though. They'll turn right back around. Little Pleb going to have to blink away. They've already committed the split. Rest of the team willing to just sit back. Mitch throwing one of those pandas up here over to the high ground, trying to get a little bit of vision. Does spot Fishman here. Still a lot of people around, though. I think they're just trying to waste a little time. Braun coming back in. It's a jump forward here from Crystallis. This Amar throws out the arena. Doesn't quite land, but they do manage to go get the kill on LeBron. They'll spear over here onto the side. XctN will go down. Mitch has another split up. Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out right now. They'll get the kill on Crystallis. That's an 8-time kill streak taken down. Amar also to fall. And only Nyx Assassin still alive, but really, for how long can they find him? No. They cannot. He's already hightailed it the heck out.
You get charges on your brew ult now with Ags. Can you hover over that Ags real quick? What?
Yeah, you get charges.
You get charges?
Yeah. So you can potentially cast it twice in a team fight.
That is not fair. We're going to see a lot more of this hero. Oh
yeah.
My. Wow. Wow.
You know,
we just talked about how 2 is better than 1.
I'm just a host, but I'm pretty sure I talked about that during the draft analysis of Brewmaster. But yeah,
I don't recall. Hell of a fight. I can't believe they took that knowing Mitch still had another split up.
Ooh, the jump forward. Did Lil Flip go too far, though? Is the question. He's got no mana left. The BKB comes out over here from Marlene. Can they finish him off? Yeah, they have the Abyssal Blade. And one mighty top down goes Lil Pleb. He just went a little bit too far. Alex on the hunt here, trying to find him. Can they grab Mitch, though? It looks like he's managed to go and just successfully dodge away.
He was in the tier 4s.
Yes.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Nyx is also a very good hero against
yeah.
Annie Magoo.
I'll give them a
Mana burn is really good against that hero. You've got a way to be able to open up a stun on him, even better than he used to be because you now have a break mechanic against him. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect that lineup. I don't know. Feels like Spider Pigs. Twice now, I think, in this series, we've seen them kind of throw away an advantage that they had that I think was really solid, but just kind of a silly move.
Are scanning.
And this one is a little bit more crucial because we're around Roshan spawning time, so they're just lucky that it's going to be a later Rosh.
This game is still really anybody's ballpark right now. It's just going to come down to, I don't want to say who makes the play. It feels like it's about just limiting mistakes. It's one of my favorite Bruce Lee quotes. To be good, don't make mistakes. To be great, make plays. I don't think it was Bruce Lee. In fact, I don't even know if that's a quote. I might have just come to me in a fever dream. But this level, I really think these teams need to focus more on just executing. Just execute. Keep it simple. Kiss it.
I just love the imagery of Bruce Lee telling people in his worldly wisdom, you need to make more plays. And everyone's just like, you mean like Broadway or?
I don't think anyone would have been like Broadway ? But you know.
I don't know if he.
I mean, what else? Like at that time, plays. Like, what are we talking about? Bruce Lee tells you to make more plays. I don't see how that could possibly be what he would say,
Once
Kyle.
again, this is crazy. We have another double smoke where they trade sides of the river. This is crazy to watch.
Oh, but they do manage to go on the 5 fish, but he gets the ultimate off. They'll follow up with a beautiful arena. And they just absolutely murder him. They follow a beautiful black hole, though, as they go right in. Look at this damage coming out from Noob. He goes, he finds himself a kill, but the jump forward, again, they have those BKBs. Are they going to be able to finish off Noob here? Noob looks like he's going to be able to turn around. Does have that Yules.
Buyback's on the way. You got to get out of here.
Trying to come back in again. Amar looking for whatever he can get. They kill Mitch. Marlene's not looking very good. Down he goes, and he's just chasing after. Look at that cleave damage coming out, too. Lil Pleb doing work. There's another buyback, though, coming out from Void Spirit. The BKB is going to wear off soon over onto Pleb, but he's able to blink away. Still have not managed. Can they take down Noob here? Taunts forward, finally. That's a dominating kill streak taken down. They'll find themselves yet another kill as DNZ will get murdered. And now you can see this anti-mage. He is fleeing for his life.
Everybody just buying back immediately. Mitch there, his pandas got so threatened he actually had to get the hell out of dodge. Whoa, Noob's in.
Noob bought back. They came bottom. No, what are you doing, Noob? This is no. Oh, this is a dead Lena.
Ooh,
why?
Okay, well,
I mean, they took the Rex, but
wow, he did some damage.
he took the racks and he forced them away from Roshan. So,
but you don't need Roshan.
Is that worth it,
it's 3-on-5 now.
I agree. I mean, I think it was a very risky play. But I could see the reasoning behind why he felt like they had kind of lost that fight, that the enemy team was going to go Roshan, so he tried to take advantage of that window.
Solo, okay.
Oh no. Oh, can they? Oh, this is not looking good. Anti-mage, he just dies. Lil Pleb showing himself on that creep wave, and he knows that people were around. Why would you make that
run
play?
It down mid, boys.
Run it, yeah.
Time to go.
Run it.
I don't know. Perhaps feeling the pressure, or... But that was...
It's nothing. They're just tunnel visioning on these creep waves. Team Creepwave, with the assistance of their creep waves, continues to slaughter enemy heroes.
And creeps.
But yeah, just go for throne. None of these heroes have buyback.
You're gonna try to take out the Brewmaster here and just try to keep him busy so that way he can't get the split off. Cristal's jumping forward here with the Abyssal. One more mighty chop. There's no buyback on Mr. Brewmaster here. Fortification gonna come out, and he got his bones to add insult to injury. They just want to finish this. Look at this. Oh, Amar doing Amar things. He said that he was aggressive. He jumps right into the fountain. They get the kill. Can they get the kill on LeBron? Yep, and Amar will walk away, giggling to himself. GG gets called. We have a 1-1 now.
Woo. I was like, we were talking already in like production. We were like, okay, who do you want to interview for the winner's interview? Oh, let's talk to LeBron. Yeah, I think that'll be interesting after this 2-0. Then that game got a whole lot more interesting
Creepwave,
for the last 15 minutes of that. You know, Kyle, you've been there, right? Where you're desperation, right?
Yeah.
Desperation in communication. You feel like you're losing the game, therefore you make desperate maneuvers. You get punished for that maneuver, which in turn puts you in an even more desperate situation. Things kind of snowball out of control, right?
Sure, we can go with that. I'm just at a loss. I mean, I felt like Spider Pigs are in a dominating position, just 2-0, and then over and over, somebody's caught farming creeps.
All right, Kyle needs a little bit of time to compose himself as he is utterly befuddled at what happened in that game, too. So we're going to go to a break and give him some time to collect his thoughts.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Oh, I tried so hard and to be nice, but you don't wanna know if I don't have the right skills. Darling, you're the kind of girl that everybody wants to know. And we're going out Monday, saying maybe, baby, someday we could get along. Because you're the kind of girl that everybody wants to know. And I say, hold on, 'cause darling, you've got it all wrong. Yeah, you're dancing, oh, you're dancing with the wrong one. And he'll give you a kiss in the night, but it don't come with a hug, no, it comes with a knife. 'Cause darling, you're the kind of girl that everybody wants to know. And you better watch out, you don't stab your back and take a look at love and leave you full of black. 'Cause darling, you're the kind of girl that everybody wants to know. And I said, hold on, 'cause darling, you've got it all wrong. Yeah, you're dancing, oh, you're dancing with the wrong one. And I said, hold on, 'cause darling, you've got it all wrong. Yeah, you're dancing, oh, you're dancing with the wrong one. Oh yeah, he seems really nice. He's just your type. He's just your type. And I said, hold on, 'cause darling, you've got it all wrong. Yeah, you're dancing, oh, you're dancing with the wrong one.
Nintendo education, other kinds of wealth. We found this animation, thought was a conversation, pictures on a shelf.
We thought this was going to be a 2-0 to Spider Pigs, but as you'll see from this replay, we're going to watch a game that kind of crumbled apart for Spider Pigs, and it was Creepwave, the young dogs who actually managed to have the better composure, I think.
Yeah, I mean, helped a lot by little pleb living up to his name. Oof. Hi. No, I'm just kidding. It's too early to start flaming these guys. It was a well-executed match. And really just, I like to see them have the confidence. The draft and the gameplay looks a lot better when you can actually make moves. That was the missing ingredient. It was Crystallis going for this active items. Amont on as Moxie said, his best hero, this Mars, pulling out the power of the gods and royalty. But a lot of this was just Animate dying.
That final one, man. The Blink and Abyssal Blade, like you have an initiation opportunity from such a long range, and that was something that it felt like Creepwave really took advantage of, is that they had so many windows to be able to find openings, especially on the AM.
Yeah, they weren't just windows, Cap. Those seemed like open doors.
Well, they had a lot of mobility items like we talked about too, so they're able to go jump in there and get things done, and that's exactly what we wanted them to do. We felt the first game, Creepwave just had no opportunities to make any plays. You saw the Sand King was working on that Blink Dagger for so long, he wasn't able to make plays early on, and then of course Crystallis was on the PA, and he just had to farm.
Yeah, things definitely, there were some interesting ideas, right, when it came to Spider Pigs with the 5-position Enigma. We don't take away from that, right? With this game, we're still happy with that concept. No,
I don't.
Moxie,
I don't
you not
love
feeling
it. I don't love it. I feel like you could get a stronger support. I understand, what they were trying to do. The fact that you have this black hole, you've got this great setup, and we did see some really nice black holes too. But I think you can get something better than that, personally, for your 5, anyways.
I disagree, just because I feel like it worked. The concept worked. Animate had 12-minute Battle Fury. He was 6K ahead, 15 or 16K now worth to 11. They just misexecuted, and I think LeBron's itemization is also why it looks a little weird. That Solar Crest could be something Panda gets at a point. The Ghost Scepter not really necessary. Just buy a BKB. If you can CC or kill the enemy Warlock, that's an uninterruptible black hole. That, like, you're no longer threatened by Mars Ultimate. You can now ignore Nyx. Suddenly you can 2-man black hole, and you're gonna be A-okay. Like, I just don't see either of these items having a huge effect on the game, especially as a 5. BKB takes you from worthless to, oh crap, like we gotta keep an eye on where LeBron is.
Well, let's take a look at that Animage and how many times he did get picked off in that game, because as you said, he was well set up off the laning phase. He hit his timings, and then we just watched a series of him dying in either team fights or getting soloed out. Or so many times.
This one was brutal. I mean, this was, his whole team is waiting on the high ground under a ward. Like, they're set up perfectly. If I were captaining, if I was LeBron, I would be livid that occurred, because the mid wave wasn't even in trouble. Like, he's pushing it aggressively. You just gotta chill. You know they're coming for you. Have that patience. And this one...
That's not the worst one, though. The worst one is in the mid lane towards the end, where he just happens to be hitting creeps. I think this is it.
Yeah,
he's just there.
Like
There's no reason.
Yeah, both. 1, you have no buyback. 2, Lina and Rubik are dead. They have no buyback. 3, you're not making a play for Aegis. There's Creepwave. Again, guys, it's the Creepwaves.
That's the answer?
Secret ingredient. It's the special it's the stuff. All right? It's like Space Jam. It's that secret stuff that Creepwave's got in their pocket. You think everybody's got access to it. It's just water. It's just creeps. But no. The right mentality.
Well, yes, I will say, as a host, I don't really know where to go from there in analyzing creeps, because they're equal on both sides. But maybe we could talk about the draft a little bit. I mean, I feel like there are some heroes that shouldn't really make it into the second phase of this third game. Nyx Assassin and Lina.
Yeah.
Two of the standouts for me, because again, we gave the Lina. And even though they lost that game, Lina definitely did her job.
Yes.
All right, Noob was looking really good, and the Nyx Assassin actually proved to be incredibly good throughout that game, which It's no surprise to me.
True. Maybe they just need to play with a little more confidence. You know, carry, little pleb, mid, noob. You know.
I don't know.
Change those names.
One might almost say they played with a little bit too much confidence, though.
Sure.
As the thing started to slide, it felt like they were like, "Yeah, we're really strong. We can do. I can totally, be a brewmaster and be across the river, and nothing bad will happen." And then, oof, spoilers, bad things happened.
Maybe it's a bit of inferiority complex and them trying to prove themselves by going too over the top with their
Imposter
plays.
syndrome kind of thing.
Yeah,
Maybe.
We're digging too deep in the psychology of their names, which are entirely memes. Could be. That may be a real thing, but
it's kind of wild how memes.
All we're doing right now is stalling for that game 3, which I think we've got a draft underway
right now.
Very soon.
I'm very excited.
Follow me, baby, I'll take you for the ride of your life. Take my hand and I'll lead you to the other side. You say you've never met anyone like me. Well, what can I say? Stay on my good side and there's no need to be afraid.
I've seen things you won't believe. I've seen things you won't believe.
Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on, just try to prove me wrong. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on. Come with me, babe, and I'll show you where the demons play. Let me lead you down. I know the way. You say you've never met anyone like me, and isn't that true? Keep me close and there's nothing I wouldn't do.
I've seen things you won't believe. I've seen things you won't believe.
Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on, just try to prove me wrong. Okay, you wanna test your faith? Go on.
Every time there's conversation, every time I lose my way.
That's right. I promised you a game 3 draft very soon, and it's going to be very soon, as players need a little bit of time. It's nerves, perhaps. I mean, lower division, there's a lot on the line, right? An opportunity to be able to get in the upper division and maybe make it to TI as a result, or you get dropped out in the first season, and that means you're just out, right? You get dropped in the very first season, you can't make it back.
I'm not actually sure how that works.
Because you're going to be replaced by open qualifier teams, so you're not making it into
Can't join
season
the open
2.
qualifiers?
I don't believe so.
That would be. I really hope so.
I hope you can join the open.
That would be
qual.
really silly. Like,
Yeah, but like you know,
You're
you got kicked
demoralized,
out.
maybe, because you
You're
didn't
fine.
make it, but...
It's the same.
That's your punishment.
Look, it's the same
Don't
reason
get
we should have
last.
relegation. Okay, let's hypothetically say there's the best 8 teams in your region are all in Division 1. And number 7 has to drop down, and the winner of Division 2 goes up without playing each other. That doesn't really make sense.
Okay. Counterpoint to you. The opportunity. These are long leagues, right? We have like 5 weeks or something like that. You play against every single one of the teams. During that time, you get to learn a lot. Okay. So just because a team in a 1 best of 3 may not be better than the lower division team, right? Sorry. The upper division team versus the lower division team, and who's going to be making it through, right? Just because they may not win a single best of 3 against them doesn't mean they don't have the potential to be a better team. And that's why we give them the chance to be able to be in the upper division for a whole season to prove themselves.
So they're worse, but you're just making up excuses.
No, I'm not.
This is the trouble. This is the trouble.
The entire thing about
Americans-
this DPC is that we're giving an opportunity for teams to be able to prove themselves, right?
Americans always want to give out trophies to everybody. Cap's like, yeah, you know, you're a loser, but you could be a winner. You know, sport, you could.
You guys will make great dads one day with this mentality.
I think I would be a great father. Kyle's that dad who's like, Kyle's like my dad.
Yeah.
You know, we play basketball. He's like, he told me very early on, he's like, if you ever beat me in a sport, you'll know that you did it off of your own skill. Yeah. Because I will never let you win.
I like the Spartan style of parenting.
You mean abandoning your children if they're a little
You're
smaller?
11, you know, go out into the world, you know, find a wolf and have it raise you. All right, then come back and
At
complain
11?
about my parenting style. Yeah. What do you mean? By 13, I'll be a man. You don't have much time to learn. If you're 11, you'd be able to take care of yourself. What?
Oh, dear.
Is this an extreme view?
Yes, sir. DreamLeague on point.
I'm very confused. I think you guys are just soft.
Spartans leave their babies
I'm sorry,
out.
Kyle. What made you the determiner hard ass here?
What?
What made you?
Please give us a draft. Please.
Well, fortunately, Moxie, you've got a draft.
You know what it was? It was because, you know, when I was
oh god.
When I graduated high school, I went into the fiery crucible. I was a professional Heroes of New Earth player. I don't know what the hell you were doing, Cap, that you think taught you about manliness. Yeah. Joins the Marines, thinks he's strong now. Han. Now that was a game.
I'm sitting on a panel listening to a man whose literal only job he's ever had has been talking or playing video games. Tell me about manhood.
You know, when you put it like that, it is kind of wild.
Don't listen to it. Like, guys, Kyle gives a lot of life advice, and I just want you guys to always remember that context.
That's not true. I did some odd jobs.
Hey, look, they
teenager.
stole the Mars. There's not going to be a Mars for our good friend Amar this time.
I like the
And
Puck.
they got the Lena.
All right, and apparently they gave up Nyx Assassin and Lena.
I love Puck. I'm surprised. It's been banned out second phase in both games. I like that they moved it up a phase because it is one of the best matchups against Lena, and it's also, I believe, the second highest win rate in Dota 2 games above 5k MMR at the moment.
Nice stats.
And again, one of those heroes that matches up against so many of the mids. All the spirits do not like Puck. Lena's not going to feel good here. And hopefully we're finally going to see a matchup where Noob just doesn't get to like run away with dominating his mid lane matchup and then have 1,000 or 2,000 net worth lead on everybody else. Because then we'll see maybe how he plays under adversity.
Speaking of adversity, man. The Heroes of New Earth pro player.
I knew it. I knew we were going to go back.
God, there's some days. S2 games, what did you do to me? We might have our concerns with Valve, but I gotta say, it could have been much worse.
Cool. Cool
So
beans.
I went back in the 1,000-yard stare, just remembering.
Kyle just had a
Still like a decade
flashback here of
God.
had a moment.
Yeah, it's
Does your
not.
flashback include the moment of you walking out on that basketball court?
Yeah, it did. We won that tournament.
Kyle Swindlemelons Friedman coming out onto the basketball court.
Having air horns would have been better, actually. I believe instead we had our community manager going, woo woo! And then I'm like, hello! And I was a little sweaty. Because it was hot in there.
I really feel like I'm there right now
Yeah.
with these details.
It's really not cringy enough, though. We were the second cringiest moment in all esports, which I believe was a Dota 2 clean sweep of the podium. Number one being those amazing intros from whatever that one tournament was.
I will send you into the abyss of suffering.
Yes. TC Fluff and stuff. Man, I haven't seen those guys in forever.
Man. That's a name I have not heard in quite a while.
What was Bulba's quote? That was, oh god, that was amazing. We're gonna play that video for everybody later, but first the draft, of course. Second ban phase still ongoing. So many bans in the second phase now. That's why it takes so long. We got distracted. We did a history lesson.
Yes, we got
I relived
distracted.
the nightmare, and suddenly it's like, oh wow, we're still in the same spot in the draft. It's no big deal.
My concern looking at Creepwave right now is you've got no one that's really going to be able to hit those towers yet, right? Because like Alina's going to be able to siege quite a bit. In fact, that's what Noob likes to do. But with a Puck can make plays all day, but he's not good at taking towers, and he's not enough to win an entire game, right? So what do you guys think we're going to see coming out for Creepwave to try to put that pressure down?
I actually think what we're going to see from Spider Pigs is a 4 Lina. I think maybe that's part of the reason where you're able to elevate it, is that they do have a plan B.
Cap.
Yeah.
The noob. What's his win rate on Lina? This is like telling Steph Curry you missed that 3, so we're gonna not have you shoot anymore.
Oh, I got that reference.
Well, he has won a game and lost a game, so I believe his win rate has gone down from this series.
It could only go down. You miss a free throw here and there. That's fine. Shaq's still one of the most dominant players of all time. I think you're just going to keep this Lina mid. The matchup is a little rough, though, I will say. So it's possible you switch things up.
All I'm saying is like you referenced Shaq, but like teams were able to develop an entire strategy around the fact that he does miss free throws. Just like Creepwave here can develop a strategy.
That's right.
If Lina is only able to go mid, they go hack a Shaq, and they just like, all right, we'll just focus on making sure he doesn't have a game. I'm saying Spider Pigs has a plan B here. Maybe they're not going to run for it, but it's an option.
It's one of the better supports against both Nyx and Puck, because the Carapace doesn't really do too much against the fire damage, and in addition, Puck, you just get point-blank stunned. And after the change to multicast, where it now staggers the stuns a little bit better, it's just, you can take that at half HP just by your 5 position, getting lucky. And I love heroes that have to roll the dice. If Icefar keeps removing RNG, I don't like it. I don't want these auto crits.
I feel like you're only saying that because you're talent. I don't think I've ever heard a player say like, I don't like the fact they're taking RNG out.
Well, what's next? Axe is just gonna spin on demand. Like you'll replace Whirling Blade with Pirouette, and you just spam click it like Bristle Spines. I don't think that's the direction we want to go.
God, I'm just imagining Axe now with like a ballerina setup.
Yeah.
You said pirouette.
Again, this feels pretty good for, I think, another Wraith King game, just because it's like a lineup that's pretty burst oriented. So
It's good too because you've got a couple of these heroes, especially the Puck, right, who can kind of skirmish in and out. So you can keep poking, and then eventually, your Wraith King gets taken down. He's going to come back up. You've got that slow. It puts you in a really good position. You can jump back in again after you've, regened a little bit or whatnot. Go for the Rubik again too here. Not sure what, like...
And it's good against Nyx Assassin. It's a good, perfectly fine 4 position for Mars.
Looks like the Lina will be mid.
It will indeed. Apparently, Creepwave or Spider Pig say, shame on me, shame on you. Just run it 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Just elevate it in
If
priority
it
too.
Yeah.
I mean, surely like the 3rd round of mid Lina. This time around, you do something to address it in the laning phase, and you don't let him just run away with it. But
it's a nice TA game, but I just don't see that hero ever after all the trap changes. I think you just stick the Puck there. Question is, what are you going to want for your off lane? You don't see the carry just yet, so likely they'll just take their 5 position.
Well, I mean, they don't have overall last pick, so.
What do you?
I guess it depends on what you think.
That's true.
How many options are left? If you've only got like 2 heroes that you feel good about with your offlane right now, then you should probably grab one of them now.
Radiant team back.
You know, this is a hero that it was elevating in the previous patch. Nothing's changed about it. Maybe something slightly changed.
It's quite nice against the Rubik Lina. I'm once again concerned just because it's kind of similar to the Sand King. Like Mars is nice because you find kills yourself. Like you +1 is a kill. Arena, Spear, the end. Night Stalker, Nyx, you just don't have that damage output. You need to be playing around your Wraith King or Puck. And the way that the second game went, I don't know. I know Creepwave got the W, but I'm just a little concerned. Crystallis is once again going to have to play like a beast, pretty much. And at least the matchup mid is better.
I'm still surprised that we haven't seen something like a Beastmaster. It's been totally ignored for the most part. That always feels pretty good in the lineup. But perhaps, Amar he doesn't like that style of hero. He wants someone who's going to be, very aggressive and active. So this fits him better than...
It's one of those heroes that's just, these are newer teams, newer players. They're not used to those more complex styles of play. If you compare Dota draft to the field of mathematics, Beastmaster is at the very least master's level. You're getting into...
Okay, I'm going to disagree with that. I think
like Calc 2.
I think Beastmaster is literally one of the most brain-dead offlaners right now.
Why?
Because your playstyle is the same every single game. You have to micro.
If you're playing Night Stalker, you only have one thing to control. Beastmaster, you have to control like 7.
All right, I'm going to trust 8, 9, 10K players to be able to micro the boar a little bit. But like overall game plan, it's the same for Beastmaster.
What's Aghanim Shard though?
I don't know, and I don't care because you want to know why? Because Beastmaster's the same every game. You just build Necrobook, you push down their tower, you take over their jungle area.
And then you buy a shard,
and
you
then
turn your birds controllable and cast Dive Bomb on the enemies. Not a joke. It is a real thing.
I like that it's called Dive Bomb.
Dive Bomb.
That makes me giggle.
I'm telling you, I'm Ice Frog and the beta testers, they got into one of those tents. They got dead. They just didn't leave. They sweat it out, and they're just like, all right, we got one for everything, and now let's just see how these players go. By the way, qualifiers start in 2 days.
Actually, that isn't what happened with Beastmaster. That's the other thing, where they go through their Rolodex of previous abilities.
Birds never were able to dive bomb.
They were.
No, they weren't.
In Dota 1, there was
really
an ability that, was it Visage or no, it was Tree Protector, could lay
eggs?
Owls on trees, and then you could dive bomb them. Why would Tree Protector be laying eggs? What the hell? Kyle?
Well, how do you get the owl without the egg? Whatever. We got our last pick. Love the Naga.
You didn't start the game with eggs and slowly hatch them into chicklings. Anyway, there's a Naga Siren in this game. Last pick for Spider Pig.
Is an excellent choice against this entire draft. The only hero that's really geared to deal with you is the Puck. Once again, this Lich for Fishman is just not feeling. This is a terrible Lich game. I feel bad for him because it is not going to be pleasant to play.
Yeah, but that's like 5 position in a nutshell.
Yeah, I was about to say. It's usually always a bit of a struggle when you're playing the 5 role.
Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. I'll just deal with it.
I just would have liked to see something with creep clearing ability, because that's the big concern is wave clear. So this puts you in a position where your Puck has to be clearing waves, because otherwise it's just Wraith King who's on map. Nyx and Night Stalker, they're hunters. You want this 5 position to be able to shove to actually create space for them to make moves around the map.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Wraith King and Puck, right? You don't think 2 wave clearing cores is enough?
No, because you don't want Puck to be on Creepwave duty. You want him able to move around the map as well. Creepwaves act as wards for you, and the more map control you have for your Nyx Night Stalker, the more map they're going to be able to control. But if there's Creepwaves coming into your towers, you're never going to want to see them on just hitting creeps. That's going to feel bad.
Moxie, what are you feeling?
I feel like the Naga pickup at the very end is a little bit scary for the other team, because they don't have a great way of being able to take down these illusions that are going to get tankier and tankier. They've got the song, because Puck likes to dodge in and out. But if you're songed, they're going to set up something and you're not getting out.
All right. Well, it feels like that is the one change, the biggest change to this draft, is that last pick, Naga Siren. Is it going to be enough to be able to take down the Wraith Kings? We head into game 3.
All right, I want to see somebody gank this mid Lina, okay? literally anyone try to mess with her a little bit more, because Noob cannot be allowed to have as good of a laning phase as he's been having.
Well, to be fair, the Puck matchup, it's so much better. Like, I actually think...
that's a matchup you can actually win one-on-one.
Exactly.
And then on top of that, once you get 6 on Puck, Lina can't really play the lane anymore because one rotation. Any support that comes over, very likely that's a dead Lina.
Got a little bit of action started off, just a little warning shot.
I don't think they took advantage of their Ogre pick. Naga Siren isn't typically the best hero with Bloodlust.
Perhaps they had another hero in mind when they picked up the Ogre and it was got banned out.
And it's probably just the fact that it just wanted a lane bruiser.
You got some bones to collect here, my friend.
Yes. Reap their souls.
I don't know if you want to duel to Mars Ogre though.
Not that I can't. Can they grab it up? Nope. LeBron. The chunky boy there, but he's got fast fingers. Grabs up the bounty run. Ooh,
nice. I can see why they did that though, because it's Night Stalker, right? You're expecting the enemy team, because now you start off during nighttime, you're expecting them. I mean, people naturally forfeit their safe lane runes anyway, right? But then you're playing against a Night Stalker, there's no way in hell you get anywhere close to that. But that was a really good illusion deny. Well played.
Oh, almost all 3, that would have been sick. Would have liked to double wave. When you're playing Puck against Lina, you want to get level 2 first and then dive with double Creepwave under tower. Unfortunately, the whole one is going to be underneath, which means Lina actually gets the level advantage. And Alex, the creep pulling. You know, they tried to stop this, and the player base responded by saying, okay, we won't pull the first creep wave, we'll only do the second. But at least you get to respond, as LeBron Dota does here with a nice pull into the hard. Even the tip.
Also, why didn't he block the hard camp?
That is the question.
Like every single 4 position, when they do that pull, they run it through the hard camp to specifically ensure that they can't do that.
Missing some HPs on some of these boys here already. Braun doing the best he can just to be very annoying.
6 health regen, no items. Love it.
Nice spear coming out from Mitch. I wonder if they get this kill on DMZ. He's got Fairy Fire here. Slow down over onto Mitch. He'll turn around. Styles has to be careful.
They are really using resources down here.
Gotta be careful with that courier too.
Don't lose your courier.
Don't lose your
Need that regen.
no.
Has been killed.
Yeah.
That is not what you want to have happen there. Mar getting body blocked a little bit. It's gonna be fine. He's not having as comfortable of a lane here as he did before, but also I feel still not, you know, really too concerned about it either. Of course, like you guys said, once the level 6 comes out from the Puck.
Yeah, it's that's the big danger with the Lina, because you just die. And we haven't seen him threatened at all, but Puck used to have a pretty easy 1-button slay, and either the Nyx or the Night Stalker pretty much guarantees a kill unless there's a TP rotate, but not really a Rubik Ogre. You can throw out a stun, but you're still likely going to die within the coil. The big difficulty, though, is this Naga Siren, who's just nigh unthreatened. But look at the body block. No, I don't even know if you can body block properly with just illusions, but he gave it a try. Hitbox on the hero is very small.
Certainly did enough damage. He's going to be out of regen soon, so being pretty effective in that lane.
Especially has done a good job all 3 games so far, at least in here. We already see them with a pretty nice edge in the laning phase. Already 1,000 gold and a bit of XP.
Nice nail here in the top lane, but again, they just don't have a whole heck of a lot of damage. You can poke at them, but that's about all you can do.
It's Naga Ogre hero. They have about 20 armor and 12 health regen, just naturally in the laning phase. It's pretty much an impenetrable safe lane. And there's also no real counter to this Naga Siren. The illusion hero last picks are so devastating. Depends on the meta. you know, in 2017-18 when OG was dominant was the Terrorblade. Their runs at TI recently was all about the PL. Now we see the Naga. And I think we'll see a lot of Naga as this DPC league starts to gain momentum.
Mitch here, bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Crystallis should be able to get one more hit off. No, he gets pushed back. He needs just a little bit more Fishman. He gets it. That's going to be first blood.
Nice positioning there to maintain presence on the high ground.
Was also well played too. I noticed around the 4-minute mark, they started to rotate supports to the top rune spot, trying to get a little bit more control, because you know that there's going to be bottles coming out. And that's something I know that we not complained about, but we're kind of like, you know, runes are very important. Looks like they're finally finding the time to be able to try to secure those, or at least deny them from the enemies.
Yeah, like the way it goes, it's kind of a simple formula. If you, as a 5 position, if your matchup against the enemy 4, you're superior in a 1-on-1, you challenge him for the power rune, so you follow him through the river and challenge him for that. If you're not superior in the 1-on-1, you just immediately go on the offlaner at about 350, because you know the 4 position is going for the power runes. So
That should help.
There's the 5-minute runes up and running.
Nice. A really good job as well. Lil Pleb consistently sending illusions to that top bounty. Very annoying when you're playing a hero like Puck. You'd love to be able to have that free refill just waiting for you, but nothing doing there.
Nice stun over here on the Naga. Again, very tanky, lots of armor.
It's nighttime too. There's just nothing going.
I feel like this top lane is generally kind of boring, because it's like they're both high armor heroes that do a lot of physical damage to get kills, you know? So they're just at a stalemate.
You made a rotation bottom, but doesn't look like it's going to be fruitful at all. That's going to give Puck a little bit more time to hit these creeps, maybe hit the tower a bit too.
Catapult wave up. Level 6 on both heroes now. And I expect we will see the Knicks continue to journey towards mid, because now it's a very great, it's an excellent time to get a kill on Lena. You know there's no teleport, you've got tower pressure, Glyph is available, and you have catapult.
And she, yeah, like because of that catapult, she kind of has to be there. They don't have a...
and Rune was spawning.
Yep, perfect.
This is 100% a kill if they can land the combo here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Over was TPing, but cancels out the TP. Alex getting into position. Here, double damage gets popped here. Tries to go for the Waning Rift. Held up. There's a Laguna. This is feeling a little bit scary here for this Puck. Can they finish her off fast enough? Yes, they can. Malrine gonna be able to walk away, bottling up. Maybe turn this around. Maybe get another kill here, possibly.
And Alex, he was a beast last game. Did he go 1-1-1 on this Nyx? Because that is the only reason his Puck lives there. The mana burn was clutch to prevent the Slave from coming out.
And this dive is real here in the bottom lane. Mitch, he's trying to get away. Manages to throw the spear out. Buys him a little bit more time. Fishman taking so much tower damage. He has to use the Fairy Fire.
He was dead. Well done.
Sure, Mitch would have loved to have landed a spear. What you doing here, buddy? I don't think that's the play. I mean, it's the play if you want to give your bones over to the king, but...
That man definitely knows there's a ward there now.
Yes.
He was like, I can play the side of the lane. Crystallis just immediately makes a beeline for him. He's like, okay, that's a ward.
I feel like happened last game too. Just brawling in the bottom lane. You know, who cares? Who wants to heal? Honestly, it's more efficient. You know, you'd rather die. Get that early respawn.
You're just looking to demoralize each other, you know? Try to tilt them out. Pub mentality
that's what
warfare.
Kyle says in our party EQ games. Oh, it's fine, guys. I needed to reset.
It's wild watching old replays. You just notice how much less space there is in the mid lane. I kind of like it because there was a phase of the game where it felt like a dominant mid player in terms of laning skill just straight up was winning games. But there's just not enough space anymore mid. So especially in these matchups like Puck versus Lena, you can't really dominate anybody anymore because they're too close to the damn tower. Alex?
This is a dead Alex.
I didn't
Haste
Dior
on the
as
Lena.
well.
Nah, he's gonna juke the stun.
He's gonna juke the stun.
Oh, whoa! Whoa!
Oh, but they find a kill on the
How the
Naga.
hell?
Beautifully done here. Maybe on a illusory orb scouting
Yeah,
out?
he scouted him, but I don't know how the hell he got up there. I think he silenced forwards, but then got stuck. That was a
very good kill.
Big kill. It's the only hero that can actually deal with the Naga.
Got the Frost Shield over here on the Puck. The follow-up, though. DNZ and LeBron are both here. This is looking like possibly a dead Lich, but he's super fast. Does have some stick charges, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And Crystallis actually makes his way over to this mid lane as well.
Fishman's gonna have to do a little better with his positioning. The same issue in game 1. You can't be in a spot where an ogre is able to stun you on your own low ground there. He should have paid for it with his life, but Noob had spells on cooldown because he was dealing with the puck. Mitch gonna continue to shove bottom. Really, anybody's game so far. To me, the one big X factor is the impact of Aman on the Night Stalker, because Amar, I keep saying Amar. I don't know what this hero is going to do here. I don't know the item build necessarily. It looks like a BKB rush might be the style, but I've seen Ags. I've seen people going armlet. You could go drums. You could go for the medallion style. I've seen Crimson guards. Like, you have so many options here. It's also, when does he choose to get aggressive? Because this entire nighttime, he's just been free farming top. That's been his role. He's used it to farm.
Makes some plays. Uses the Dream Coil over onto Rubik. Gets stunned up, snap. Fear, drag right back in again. They need one more hit, and that's going to be another kill hit for Puck. Puck's going to be able to walk away, but unfortunately, Fishman gets left behind. And they managed to get a kill on DNZ's courier as well.
And runes are spawning. He's going to be able to grab it, or is
this is not looking great for our Puck friend right now. Played. And, yeah, just not the right place to be in when the runes are coming up.
Budget ultimate for Alex, picked up in the bottom lane. It's actually my middle name, Alexander. So I guess that explains why he's made so many good plays. Got a lot in common.
I feel like you just cursed him by saying that. You know that, right?
Alexes are immune to curses. Just ask Alexander the Great.
I'm not sure about that. Especially not with that particular reference.
I mean, he
had a good run, we'll put it that way.
We'll see. It's anybody's game. This is deserving of a game 3. You know, both teams playing a little more conservatively. You're already at 11 minutes. No huge moves made. This could be the first as a bunch of Spider Pigs heroes assembled down bottom. 4 players looking to make a move. But, I mean, they were just scouted by the ward they killed. So there's no way you're caught off guard here if you're creep.
Puck gonna go with the Dream Coil, open up. Dodges away. Gonna try to take down this Mars. He's all leashed up. They've got the break on him, but over on the back lines, Puck. Oh, he's actually still alive. He manages to just juke around a little bit longer. They'll put it right back around. Get the kill on Noob. Get the kill on LeBron. And now they're hunting for a god. Where's Mitch? And unfortunately, this Night Stalker is gonna get pinned to a tree. I'm sure he would love to collect that kill. And eventually, you know, Amar, he'll find it. Where is your team, indeed?
That was straight up the same play from last game.
Yeah.
Except for the there's very big difference between AM and Naga Siren. Naga Siren, you know, isn't going to actually be in this team fight, or if he is, he's not going to be useful. Whereas the AM was the hard counter to the Wraith King. So they treated that Wraith King like a basically kind of like this dead lane hero where it's like, okay, they don't want to take a team fight into this guy, and if they do, we'll respond well. Yeah. It's just the AM was the difference. They killed the Wraith King 100-0.
It just blows my mind that they handed that to them. Like, you kill the they know you're there, and then you just get coiled on the Mars. Like, they can coil anybody. As to your point, Cap, you can't win this fight if you're Spider Pigs.
Yeah, what is that game plan? What if they started the team fight? What does that look like? They kill the Wraith King, and the same TP like play is going to be happening. You're still going to get caught by Night Stalker rotating and Puck catching you with coil.
It's just so much cleaner to have this Puck person in that first game with the Bat Rider. Just making plays is just so much more natural. Now the bot's up. Like, I feel so much better with the bots Puck on my team. You can also push waves instead of being forced to spend, say, a Firefly, and then you now couldn't fight. Yeah, this is looking great so far for Creepwave. I mean, I picked them to win the whole damn thing, so it's nice to see them finding their footing.
I love that you have both of these horses in the race, and you can just halfway through the race just hop over to the other horse, you know?
This is most likely, no, with the Luna coming in here. And the Mars, looks like they're gonna back off. This is probably a dead Alex, though.
What the?
Yeah, was Mitch DC?
I look either that or some brain lag.
He was Spike Carapace.
No, definitely no. He was not. He didn't use the spell. He just showed up and chilled.
Oh no, I don't know. Maybe he had some lag. And pinned over to the wall. This is a dead Lich.
Whoa.
Chain Frost off, but again, we've seen so many of these Chain Frosts he just throws out. Nobody is nearby to like.
You're a Lich.
Yeah.
That's it. Like that's the big concern there. This is again a last pick Lich, and it just doesn't feel super effective. Later on in the game, like, it's not bad to limit the physical damage of the Naga, but later in the game, you know, you don't clear those illusions at all. And they start to absorb the Chain Frost for you for free. What is that next item coming up? What was that? It's queued up on the puck?
I don't know.
Find out later.
We'll have to look at puck later.
Well, what's your preferred support? Because they did. I think they
Witchblade. I've not even seen a Witchblade. What does that do, Cap?
That does
talking about before?
poison damage based off of your intelligence, basically. It does damage over time when you hit them. I've seen it a few times on Puck. I've tried it myself, actually.
Bottom tower.
It feels really good.
Like
Yeah. Actually, I think Witchblade and Necronomicon are like kind of items of the patch.
Oh, you gotta get him for the song.
Nope. Let's get snapped. Oh, look at Alex trying to get into position here to get that stun off, but not gonna be able to do it, so. Song is down, though. They could potentially try to make another play while it's on cooldown.
Oh, yeah, I like this. It's a little bit of a switch up from Crystallis. Gotta get to Radiance. Like, you need illusion clear. It cannot be just Puck spells that handle it. And as we discussed, like, neither Nyx nor Nightstalker do a damn thing to illusion. So, we'll see what's up. And the BKB rush from Amar is quite cool. I mean, he's just gonna run at the Lina. Like, that's gonna be his strat. So, I don't mind it at all. Bots, BKB. What is it with these bots? I'm gonna start buying bots on every hero, too. That seems fun.
Yes. A lot of these mid laners just like being able to rush spots.
That's what I
first.
should have bought on Razor yesterday.
Especially if you have any kind of wave clear.
Good old race car Razor.
Yeah, I keep buying. I keep queuing up with the stack and buying items you should buy in a pro match, and forgetting that I need to win the game by myself.
And that is Kyle's excuse for losing us the games.
I bought a Yule's Shiva.
He bought the
dropped
team
ball.
fight items, but the team didn't
Can't
do
fight.
enough. Meanwhile, I'm like 11, 2, and 20 in the first 20 minutes of the game on Clockwork. But yes,
Why
I'm
was
sure
that,
it was
Cap?
the team that was losing.
I can't talk. I was cannon fodder when we were playing. I did my best, but
You were a grade 5 position, Moxie.
thank you. I did what a 5's supposed to do, is distract them while you guys clean them up.
Yeah, speaking of distraction.
There it is, a jump forward over here, plus the Laguna Blade.
Chain Frost.
Chain Frost does not do
They got him.
anything! Oh, man.
I feel so. I mean,
Fishman.
All I'm going to say is I think they picked Lich to win the lane, and I think they did do that. Right?
Perhaps, perhaps they picked him because Frost Shield is just very, very nice. But yeah.
you know what else is nice? Receiving a compliment unexpectedly.
That's a really cool dress, Moxie.
Thank you so much. Wow, you're right, Kyle. That does make me feel very nice.
Nice
It's a
and warm
cool
inside.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the foxes, right?
Yeah. Yep. I'm a big fox person, I've even got some fox socks on.
And Kyle,
I like Kyle's hair, personally.
Thank you.
It looks very buoyant.
I think that's just a general adjective.
No, it does. It looks like you've got motion to your
yeah,
hair. It's
I know, I
nice.
agree. I think it's
I love your
very
hair
hairy.
better, though, Cal.
It's very brown.
Right. I'm ignoring you guys.
I'm enjoying
You
the
can't
different
ignore a
patterns that
TriCast.
we're wearing on panel, too.
That's the whole point of it, is that I can just take a chill pill and you guys, carry the torch for a little while.
No, I'm supposed to be the third wheel. You guys are the duo.
What? You're the host. That's the easiest job.
Ooh.
On the panel. Like, you just ask questions. Now you're telling me you get to phone it in as well during the cast?
DreamLeague made me the host, Kyle, not you. Jealousy doesn't befit you.
It's unbelievable. I'm going to have some words with whoever's in charge of the schedule, make some unexplained edits.
Don't worry, everybody. Shiver will be here tomorrow.
Yay!
The real host of DreamLeague.
The Shiver Show, as we like to call it.
Yes.
She's the host of the show, in charge of the flow. I'll never forget that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that. Oh, look, our
last
game's
year.
back.
Hell yeah. The mid push continues, but they're circling the river. Do we want to cross? Should we ford it or go downstream to find the bridge? Remember Oregon Trail on
Yes.
MS-DOS? God, that was fun. I always died of dysentery.
I think most people died of dysentery, and they always shot way too much buffalo meat.
Aren't we glad? Like, that's just not fun.
Meat.
Radiant's bottom
So many buffalo to kill.
It was a mini game. You wanted to kill as many buffalo, but then you had too much buffalo meat that you couldn't carry.
And our
What do you
ancestors
mean?
made the
I was-
same mistake.
I was too successful.
They make that as a card game, too. You can play Oregon Trail as a card game. It's
Really?
fun. Yeah, I played it.
I survived the entire Oregon Trail. I was very proud of myself.
What's weird is that you couldn't just choose to settle. You know, what if you made it to Illinois and you're just like, hey, I like this town. Like, why can't I just stay here? You had to keep going west. It just didn't make much sense to me. Maybe I want to open a general store. Well, I feel like this should be an option.
Well, I think you should make a second version of the Oregon Trail and have that as an option, Kyle.
All right. Maybe I will.
I will play it if you do that.
Okay. And speaking of playing, Crystallis, he has got the Radiance up. It's go time. His farming speed should continue to increase. The concern is that Naga, because of the way you itemize on the hero, especially with that Manta Rush, you just farm faster. And you've been farming faster, whereas Crystallis, until he picked up the Relic, he had 0 gold invested in his future.
Which is why they need to take this mid tower.
Yes, they do.
Their timing. Because Naga Siren with that Manta will farm faster than you, but you don't do anything in a team fight. So, very wisely, I think, Spider Pigs are not going to fight a freshly Radianced up Wraith King and a nighttime Night Stalker.
With BKB at that.
Yeah, it's like, this fight is not worth it. We are in dodge mode.
I hope they're in dodge mode, because it looks like
they're running.
They're about to get pegged if they don't get the hell out of there.
I'd like to see some more vision getting placed up now that the Night Stalker has that BKB, so he can hunt a bit more. But again, he will need probably, you know, the +1 coming out here with Alex. Would you like to see him going for pickoffs, or would you like to see him more team fighting and then just running at?
Just control the map. You know, they've done a good job. If you consider, you know, Mars top, but the rest of the Dire lineup just centered around that mid-tier 2. That's what your aim is. I just want to see them try to eke out more of a resource advantage. They should try to farm one of the enemy triangles where possible.
That Naga
Because they're playing right under vision right now. Both teams have it.
Close.
See, this is, you got to have sentries. They're going to lose their own ward now. Even though they're controlling the map, the Naga Illusion's actually dealing with vision better than Fishman. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm not sure. After you take that mid tower, I feel like that high ground ward is the number one.
They place the ward, but not the sentry.
ward.
You've got to get the sentry down first. And now
because like the only way to make your way from mid lane, in like the best way is just to cut right, like push in that tower, cut right into the triangle, but you can't do that with ward.
Fishman just too far forward, but can they follow it up now? The silence, they take down Mitch. They're gonna try to go after this Naga, but they're not gonna be able to. The song comes out.
Oh, look at the puck in the Knicks.
Oh, they want to catch them. BKB getting picked up for that.
Such a long song.
Look at Marlene is looking for this opening. Silence gets thrown out. That's a double kill now for the puck.
Nice play. You can't take that fight. Fishman, we have, I mean, he had the highest game impact I've seen in any of his Lich's performances so far. And not his fault, the hero, but just stand there, have them go for you, put Frost Shield on yourself, and your team comes in to save you. Like, that's great. That's exactly what you want. That's how they drew it up.
Why is Crystal so far forward there?
He's just cutting the wave.
Okay.
Because, like, once you take this triangle, the easiest way to hold it is to cut creep waves.
Look at the rotations that are coming out right now. DNZ's too early here. Rest of the team following up from behind, though. That's going to be a dead Rubik. Laguna Blade already getting used. They'll follow up with the Arena. Fishman, again, he's going to fall. Salas, though, left over here on his side. They're going to try to take down this Nyx Assassin. They're going to be able to do it. Yes, they'll lose Alex. And up comes Crystallize again, but the BKB protecting Noob. Down he goes. Amar just not there at all, and
it's daytime. He's like, team, I have no ult, and it's daytime. I am a vampire. This is not how it works. I cannot assist. It's just getting, to your point, Mox, you asked, why are you cutting the wave? Cap was going to make the point, you want to cut both waves and control enemy triangle. However, you need to have your full team to do that. Yes. They did not, and this is something, one of the first things I remember learning is just a simple rule was from Fly way back when in the TI5 qualifiers, just discussing how when you have a big lead, just play a triangle and cut 2 waves. If you cut 2 waves, you can never fall behind. But the key point was B5. That was rule number 1 of Dota. Hey guys, B5. Don't be dumb.
And I think I don't blame Amar for his decision of not being there, because he just had a different idea of like very basic, you know, you don't have your cooldowns, don't fight, right? And they just needed to be on the same page. If Amar's saying we can't take a team fight right now because I don't have my Night Stalker ultimate and it's the daytime, like you got to trust that call and back up. It also coincided with the diffusal playtime on Naga Siren.
I hear an Arena, and I see a very dead Fishman yet again. He sure likes those arenas.
He got the cooldown. He'll be alive before Arena's back up. Who's laughing now? Oh, Alex.
Omar is getting held into place. He's not going to be able to do it. Meteor Hammer coming through.
It didn't work. Wait, how did Nightstalker die?
Oh, the snap, though. The stolen Dream Coil. Crystal's turning back around. This is looking like a slaughter right now. Oh my goodness, it's a triple kill now for Lil Pleb, and he's looking for more. He's hoping to go after Marlene here. Can he get this? Yep, they pick up the puck, and down he goes.
Nice.
What?
Colin, were you watching the Meteor Hammer? The Night Stalker was the one being gone on in the first place. That's why they got stunned by a Meteor Hammer, because they were killing Night Stalker in the middle of that.
That looks so good, and then it was just very bad. He didn't even get his BKB off. I'm not quite sure.
He got a telekinesis.
But hang on. Let me see. How does this happen?
He got a.
And there's no arena.
Yeah.
Ogre walks up the high ground. Nightstalker sees him.
Straight up Aether Lens from smoke.
Amar sees him. He sees the whole team. Lifted. Yeah, just hundreds. Okay. The Aether Lens lift, to your point, just from downtown. That's the whole fight right there. If he just pops Darkness, this is a significantly easier engagement. They should have been able to pick off somebody with that cool stun from Alex and the triple Meteor Hammer. The BKB Lina is a great choice here.
Really put a monkey wrench in their plans, that's for sure.
I like his itemization a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It really shows his experience with Lina. When that first game against the PA, he literally says all defense items, because all I have to do is survive through the BKB of PA, and then I use all my damage to blow her up. This game, he counters a fast BKB Night Stalker with a fast BKB of his own.
Yep.
They're chasing after Lil Pleb here. They've got the Dream Coil.
Nice Manta.
Turn it back around. It's nighttime here. Amar has the BKB. He's chasing after the Lina, just like we talked about. He wants to try to take down Noob, but looks like, oh, he's not going to be able to grab her in time. The BKB coming in clutch here. And they don't end up losing anyone on the side of Spider Pigs. Throw out another stun here. Nice arena coming out from Mitch. Is going to be able to go and pin that Nyx Assassin off to the side. Amar, though, is cleaning up on the back line. Styles taking a lot of damage. Alex also to go down.
Oh, the Meteor!
The Meteor Hammer, though, he's still alive. Mitch will fall. Lil Pleb trying to run away here. There's so much damage. It's not quite enough to get the kill, though. 150 hit points as the rest of the side of Creepwave is just going to TP out.
And they get double Webex on support, so not all bad. And it's similar to the previous game. Spider Pigs there look dominant in that one fight, but this is another game where Creepwave, as it continues, will gain a stronger foothold. The Wraith King, especially with the Radiance Rush, just gets better and better against the Naga Illusions, but more importantly, Night Stalker Puck Ags, Night Stalker Vision Control, especially when you get the higher levels of the ultimate. He's 2 levels away from 18, and suddenly the map control and the vision advantage, Nyx as well, keep in mind, it becomes near impossible for Spider Pigs to get advantageous in for initiations, because they don't have a hero that can provide vision, with the exception of Naga Illusions.
I agree with a lot of that, except for like the Wraith King versus Naga Siren matchup part, where we're going to have a Scotty now on this Naga Siren. So illusions are going to be a lot harder to clear through. And you've got like really good ways to be able to kite the Wraith King and limit his regen from the lifesteal as well.
True, but
I think in many ways this Wraith King's going to find himself kind of neutered.
It's the Mjolnir, though. You get the Mjolnir, and you can even see the Shivas is queued up as well. Plus, you'll get the Shard, which he's already picked up. So he's now guaranteed 2 lives, and it to me is just, it's more about the vision advantage, because it becomes very difficult for Spider Pigs to utilize those illusions for damage when they're going to need to be pushing waves and scouting the map for them to be able to stay on map in the first place.
It wasn't a PPD who says, like, whenever he goes for a draft, he always wants to think about how he can get the maximum amount of vision, or at least have one hero that is able to provide that. And in this case, they have quite a few of them. So, like you said, it's going to prove difficult. The only thing I think that's kind of good is eventually Amar's BKB is going to wear down, right? So he needs to make every second count here. He's going to walk right into this Naga Siren. Grouped in place, he has to use his BKB as a defensive item, which is not the way he wants to do this. And there's quite a few heroes nearby, so he has to be very, very careful. Just kind of going around in circles, so it's like, it's going to be just fine.
I have no idea how he can stay airborne. He's got so much mass, doesn't feel like he'd be able to get enough lift from those tiny wings.
It's not really tiny wings.
But he's flapping them so slowly.
He's a glider.
Oh, they necessarily.
He's actually, lore, he's actually hollow.
What?
Like a bird's bones?
Yeah, like just one big bird bone. He's entirely hollow.
Really? But he's a strength hero. Are you making this up?
Yes, I'm making that up.
I hate you.
How ridiculous that is.
Slacks would never lie to me like that.
That is dead Fishman. And also a dead Alex. Good pickoffs, making some space, I guess. I'm not sure if Puck was saying, like, let's go on this, and too many people showed up, but...
The one downside of the whole vision thing is great and everything, and also there's another thing. He went for the phase shift attack, which I really like. You will clear these illusions later on with Puck Wraith King. They just need more time. And it looks a little spooky now. Naga's net worth is crazy, but this is just the nature of the hero. You get slotted faster, but you run out of items to buy. Like Naga's next big pickup, probably the Butterfly, that's about peak effectiveness. You don't get much stronger than 4 items, your boots, and your Aegis.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Spider Pigs, they don't have to like end the game on this next timing, but they do have to start submitting like a serious chokehold.
Yeah. I was going to go Abyssal instead, but yeah, like you'll sell a Wraith Band, you'll get an Abyssal. Technically, you can replace the other one for the Butterfly, but you gotta look for next Aegis to be your window to collapse the map and put Creepwave not on their side of the river, but inside their base. They see Aegis Fate. Yep, they're gonna make a move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nighttime at 6. He'd really love to be level 18 before you have to use it, but
he's got the Basher online now too, which is nice.
Great positioning. Nighttime. It's the real Naga. They're gonna know. They know for sure.
Come forward from Alex, doesn't quite manage to land that Impale. They'll turn right back around again. They leash up everybody over here onto the side. They'll follow up with that Arena, but Amar's just chase camps, and we finally get a really nice chain frost. Alex, though, taking too much damage in this arena. The BKB over at He doesn't care. Low pleb! He's not going to survive this. Down he goes, jumping forward, comes in the Puck. One more hit, and you don't get a mischance, my friend. On the back lines, they'll lose Mitch, and this is their tower for the taking, and quite possibly a little bit more, because there's no buyback on several of these heroes.
It's the vision advantage. You just caught napping as Spider Pigs. They're sitting on a tower, but they're just completely caught off guard. Those BKB pops. Yeah, I mean, the illusions went up. The Naga is hitting Creepwaves with his hero 30 minutes into the game.
Well, they gotta wait for their creep wave.
Nice try from Alex, though. If he lands that stun, I mean, that fight's just straight up over. But the sick Manta dodge is just very questionable to be caught napping like that. Really like the BKB choice on Crystal as well. That's why they find that kill. I think it just caught him off guard, because all of a sudden, you had both Amar and this Wraith King just smacking him in the face. The coil wasn't even used. He grabbed the two on the side.
He also got the Dream Tier 3 item.
Dire's middle barracks.
Cloak of Flames on a Wraith King against an Illusion hero.
That's true.
That guy's got a Radiance and a half now.
Well, it's a Radiance. Well, how much? 45. How much is Radiance? 65, right?
Yeah.
So it's 60. It's actually 75% of a Radiance.
Yeah.
So 1.75.
A lot of burning.
That's 50% more damage than you thought it was. As a proportion.
You know, Kyle, it was just a term because people like to refer to Cloak of Flames as the half Radiance.
Well, they're wrong.
Because farming-wise, but you're right, they are wrong, but I guess you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that term, Kyle.
Fast
nicely played by Alex. Fishman's just like, thank God it's not me for once.
Yeah, for real. Oh, Mitch? Oh.
Gonna walk right into it. Oh, no, it's still going to be a dead Fishman because the Lina does show up. Chrysalis, though, is trying to find an opening here. We've got 2 fights going on at once, so that's going to be the first death of the Wraith King on the back lines. Oh, Noob, he's taking too much damage. They stunned up, though, with that song. Noob should be able to get away. Oh, they almost managed to get it. That would have been so awesome, Alex. It looks like they're going to have to settle for an Ogre Magi.
Buyback on Fishman. Luckily, he does survive. An Abyssal. Holy crap on Amar. That is a hell of a rush. They're just all in. It's just straight up, you know, you said it, Nightstalker's BKB is getting lower, but they don't mind. They know this. They're making plays and itemizing to kill during BKB, whatever the cost.
Yeah, the Puck and Wraith King can deal with Naga Siren Illusions with their combined effort pretty easily. All Nightstalker has to do is make sure Lina doesn't have a game.
This goes the Impale. Sick. It's like a 3.5 second stun when it's in the hands of a Rubik. Maxed out aura.
Oh, anything you can do, I can do better with Rubik. Yeah, they know Song's on cooldown. Club's got to be careful here.
They've got the axe now on Puck.
Yeah, this is getting real spooky for Spider Pigs. Mars just falls off in this sort of role, especially when you compare it to a Night Stalker. You know, BKB Abyssal plus the massive vision advantage. The Courier Scouting, Crystal just run right in there.
Waiting patiently, looking for the right opening. Puck's gonna go in. Okay, that was a... Yup. Anyways, though, fight going on. They managed to go and pull up two of them over into the back. And again, they have that Ags. They'll go use the Lugana Blade over here onto the Puck. Puck's going to go down. Still managing to hold Noob into place. Stalis, though, looking for some big crits here. Needs to be careful. Goes and pops the BKB, but he's not going to be able to take down Noob just yet. They'll drag back, though, over onto Lil Pleb, and that's a dead Naga Siren for 70-something seconds. This Roche belongs to Creepwave.
You know what happened to Lil Pleb there? He saw Nyx Assassin, ensnared it, and started running at it. The Nyx Assassin turned around, impaled, and meteor hammered. And that was the entirety of Naga Siren's team fight.
Oh, no.
She got just like all her illusions and her were impaled and then meteor hammered.
Oh my god.
And then the fight's just over.
Well, wow, yeah.
Look at all the damage from Nyx alone.
That is not something you see every day.
We definitely hope that it's someone on your team doing that. You gonna see any cheeky plays here? Or? I don't think so. They're all backing off now.
Yeah, they don't have the heroes to make cheeky plays. They don't have a mobile enough hero to...
This game just gets harder, guys. Like, you're still in a massive vision disadvantage, and not just that, your damage is disappearing as well.
You gotta kill him 3 times now.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah, you're now heading to like plan D, which is hold high ground and get right-click items on Lina. That's your like YOLO late game play.
I mean, he took the damage talent earlier, but
it's not gonna feel good.
No, definitely not. Puck just playing around here on the top. Be a little bit careful. They've got a smoke going though. Oh, Alex finding the opening, has the Puck nearby. Silence followed up with that Arena, but they'll still be able to hold him into place. They still managed to get the kill over onto Alex. He's taking a lot of damage. Just 2 fights are going on over here on the side. Crystal's getting finished off Noob. Yes, he finally manages to do that. BKB coming in handy. They'll use the pull over here onto Mitch. He tries to spider legs himself out. It's not going to be able to. Dia NZ gets taken down as well. And they're hunting for more. Ogre trying to run away here. Oh, Omar, though, he wants that kill too badly. He chases them right into the base. And there's still a tier 2 up, guys, so they got to go back, take that tower. And now they've opened it up so that they can go back in and maybe take a little bit more.
The game only supports down, but still such a brutal advantage. Still an Aegis on the Wraith King. And the Ag's Coil just stops everything Lina wants to do. The downside of the hero is it's squishy. We praise the choice of the early BKB, but now you're just stuck. And Crystallis recognized this and just straight up smacks him in the face until death. And he's forced to go for this defensive Shivas first, which means the damage output isn't really there either. And it's just a troubling game. Now you're pretty much just an item behind on all your cores. Naga's net worth is deceiving because you would much rather have a Wraith King in this spot than a Naga with that same net worth because of the way the hero functions. Abyssal, sure, but just the damage output's not there.
It costs you absolutely nothing to really, if you're the side of Creepwave. You still have that Aegis on the Wraith King. He's still a force to be reckoned with.
It's time for Creepwave. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so you got time. Just keep the waves going. It's always annoying to play against the Naga because 1 or 2 of them lanes are going to be handled no problem. But not if you kill all the illusions.
I mean, again, it's they've itemized so well against these illusions that it's just not becoming a factor. And then now you don't have anything.
Yep, and now your waves are going to be just fine. Somebody needs to pull that mid creep wave over. You're going to just push straight into bottom, start hitting tower with the remainder of the Wraith King Aegis. And there's the Mjolnir as well. And Shiva's finished too. That is sick timing. They're ready to go.
All right.
Here it comes.
Here comes the siege. Bloodlust up that tower. Try to do whatever they can to keep them off, but Again, Wraithking does not mind having everything be used on him. He's got so many lives at this point. Amar's, he's hungry. He wants to jump on in. He has that Abyssal, goes right on in with the BKB2. So he's going to be able to take him down. Dreamcoil over onto the back lines, over onto the 2 supports. It's going to be a kill. 2 kills all at once. The song comes out. What are you going to do, though, Naga? Low Pleb, what are you hoping to get out of this here? All right, Noob does make his way over, but look at that. Frost Shield just absorbed so much of this damage. He's trying to run away. Look at that. There we go.
The Chain Frost!
The Chain Frost!
It got him!
And then they turn right back around again and go hit these bullets. They did buy back on the Naga Siren, but again, what is she going to do? Because look at this. This Wraith King, he does not care. Puck's doing a decent amount of damage as well because he has that talent here. Mar eating up the cheese. He's hungry. He wants this Naga Siren. If they kill her, that's going to be game over. Look at this. They're going to totally get it. The Meteor Hammer coming in at the last second. Down goes Naga. What do you do here, Kyle? Tell me.
You get tight, yeah. Enter, GG, enter. You come back next week a little stronger. Creepwave, strutting in style.
This Puck. Mar gets himself another kill. You have to keep the eyes on the prize, though, guys. I know Amar loves to fountain dive as seen in one of the former games.
They're like, yeah, we've seen, I've seen some interesting maneuvers in these qualifiers, so maybe we'll see another one of those. But it would take a real miracle or disaster if Spider Pigs was going to be able to pull this one out. They're just too
They
far
live
behind.
here now. The Aegis does get reclaimed at the very least, but the tips coming out against Lil Pleb. Oh, the insult to injury. LeBron just jumping around, having a good time. He is a sacrifice to the Creepwave gods. The snap over here, they have their eyes on the Lina. They want to take down Noob. Looks like they'll finally be able to take down Alex, but that's a double kill now for this Puck. Mitch is trying to get himself back into the level. We know Amar. He wants to go in there. Look at him. He's like, guys, guys.
He did it.
Oh, I have a Ghost Scepter. The GG does get called, though. There we go. Creepwave.
Yeah, protect the score, though, Amar. This is your stats. You know, this is your first professional Valve stage. Keep that KDA as high as possible. You never know when that might pay dividends in the future. Well done to Creepwave, demonstrating you don't need some sort of fancy schmancy logo to take out W's, you know?
That is Fishman's face on their base logo, by the way. Yes, I believe. I think I like it, personally. I think it's funny, but...
She just replaced it with a Lich and a Chain Frost.
Hey, when it mattered, he got it, okay?
True.
You guys are real haters.
What are you talking about?
Lich 5 position. Being all sarcastic about his Chain
it.
Frost.
He had a couple that were just, they felt like panics. I've been there, where I'm just like, I'm gonna die. I gotta hit all my buttons, get my spells off before I die. You know?
Well, either way, through all your hating, Fishman and the rest of Creepwave do manage to take that series. It was a little bit of a rough start, you know, like that first game we were talking about, like even going into game 2, this was kind of looking like maybe a 2-0, and then they just turned around the whole series. That gives me a lot of confidence for them moving forward, but we are going to talk about that a little bit more after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy. Huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Soul, and he's come far, living alone and stood proud. He's gonna show the world. He's got gold down in his bones, and he don't care, warming his hands up. A big deal, king of his own domain. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no stopping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. It's all change, flowers and bloom as he moves on. People are rooting from a full turn, nobody's shooting now. Times fly, building his home and a new wife, showing him true love. A made man, living his dream for real. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no stopping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger. Down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no topping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting. Ain't no topping now.
Despite going the initial game down, Creepwave hold the resolve and managed to persevere. Game 2 and Game 3 winning their opening series here in the lower division of the European DPC, here for DreamLeague, powered by Intel. Here to break down this series, and we should be getting a little bit of insight from the players themselves as well. So, Moxie and Kyle, talking a little bit about that series overall. I'm very happy with Creepwave because I like the fact that they were a newer team and didn't lose all hope going one game down. You know, I feel like that sometimes you were literally undefeated going into the series, right? Because they just formed, they went through a qualifier, won everything. So I feel like losing that initial game could shake people up, especially being maybe behind in Game 2 even more so.
And it shows that they weren't memeing when they said in the interview they had confidence. Like that is confidence in its truest form. You might drop a game, but you're still the same team. You rely on yourselves. They were down pretty significantly in the second game as well, but they came back and really just improved throughout the series.
Yeah, Moxie, I feel like they were definitely building up form as time went on, right?
Yeah, you know, it looked like they were a little bit shaky earlier on, but it's one of those things that, you know, you bounce back. You just say, okay, we had one bad game, we're going to shake it off. And again, like, they had so much confidence in that pregame interview, and they had enough confidence to let Noob continue to get that Lina time after time, too. They're like, all right, you know.
That's a really good point. Because
That is.
you feel like your mid laner, you know, he's probably going like, guys, can we just ban that? Like, I don't want to match up against that. But in third game, felt like they drafted a little bit better for it as well. And then in general, just felt like the entire team was addressing him, right? Amar with that early BKB pickup and the Night Stalker, they were just like, we're going to let him have Lina, but they had a game plan around it.
Yeah, it's like what Kyle said. You get the BKB, you just start running at Lena, and all of a sudden, Noob can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much of his game was entirely squandered. And looking past like the rest of that game 3, Kyle, are you pretty happy with Creepwave still as like
Still
them
my
being
pick
able to
to win it
close
all?
out the game?
Oh yeah, if that's they're only going to get better from here. They started here, then they went up to here for game 3, and really the sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit.
A lot of room up there.
8 whole slots to be precise in that upper division. That's what they're going to be shooting for. What about Spider Pigs? Kind of disappointing, right? Especially after that good start they had.
Well, I mean, you have to remember the fact that they're not playing with Thug, right? That was one thing that we found out later on. We had thought that he was playing. But another thing, too, is that, they were playing a lot of some of these heroes that were a little bit slower, right? That's something you can't do against Creepwave. Creepwave likes to play fast. I mean, the Wraith King was a bit of a farming hero that time around, so I'm getting the Radiance to take down the illusions and whatnot, but that you can't have that Naga where it's just, they itemize so well against it, too.
I think they need to retire Spider Pigs, bring out Spider Noir, have a little more fearsome aspect to their game, because that one they maybe got a little greedy.
Now, Kyle, you said there was a certain moment in this game 3 that was really important. You said it was the team fight that was happening around the tier 2, right?
Tier 2, yep. Nighttime was the perfect move. You had the BKBs up. We're going to take a look at it right here. You see the vision. They see everything. Right now, Spider Pigs are blind, and they just get straight up ran at. A nice stun try from Alex. Unfortunately, the Manta comes out, but because the puck silence lands, there's no song, which means you have free BKB usages. Ogre's dead. Chain Frost clearing out the illusions and dealing heavy damage to Naga. And Crystal still has time to run over to Naga after finishing off the Ogre Magi. This is the game right here. It's 16-16. This is a 1K gold lead, but they suddenly end up with 3 kills, a tier 2, and now map control. Let's take that back. 4 kills. And they just obliterated them. And from then on out, they knew, look, if we just get initiation, we take fights on our terms, that's a dub. And we like those.
We do like dubs. And I do love the fact that it felt like maybe that wasn't the Dream Naga Siren game, but I think what you love for Creepwave is the fact their supports were really good at handling Naga Siren. We saw one of the team fights by Roshan, right? Impale Meteor Hammer. The entirety of Naga Siren's team fighters was gone for so long. That last team fight, we had the Chain Frost plus the puck being very crucial and being able to keep her out. Maybe not the best last pick.
What was it? It was like 1,400 damage that the Nyx Assassin did alone on the Naga Siren with the Impale and the Meteor Hammer. That was insane.
Yeah. I mean, before Meteor Hammer, that was not something you could do. And Nyx against Naga had no answer. It was a really good move by Alex. I like the blink after as well. Just mobility, land the stun, have vision, capitalize.
All right, well, hopefully we're going to get a little bit more information from the players themselves, because I believe we have Crystalis on the phone. Hello, Crystalis, are you there?
Hey, what's up? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can. We can. You look beautiful.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Thank you.
You've
got a little bit of a glow going on. Is it perhaps the victory here?
I'm very happy with these games. They were pretty intense, to be honest. So, especially after the first game, the 2-0 them, I'm very happy about it. And they're also a pretty good team. They're like second best in this division, if you ask me. So I'm very, very satisfied that we beat them. I'm very happy.
That's what I said.
Well, Kyle here actually had you guys taking first, and he indeed had Spider Pigs being second in your division. So you saying Kyle's entirely right?
I thought Kyle was flaming us, actually. Someone told me Kyle was flaming us after he lost first game, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is you lost your bet. You won your good.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
That's how it works.
It's already lost faith. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, I think right now, I guess we're second best in quals, maybe after Brame, probably. So I'm excited for the matches against them, especially.
Cool.
All right, well, I got to ask you, first of all, actually, can I ask you about your name? How do you pronounce your name?
Crystalis.
Okay.
But
that's what I was
also
saying.
fine. What's the difference?
We were jumping around a little bit, but so I wanted to ask you first of all about your the thought process. That first game, you guys dropped it, and you kind of mentioned that. Did you guys have a talk, a team talk? Because being a new team and experiencing that first loss, especially in the opening series, did that shake you guys up at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think first game, it was more like a warm-up for us, to be honest. And second game, I think you could kind of see sometimes we were actually not playing really well. We were missing spells here and there. So I think actually the first game had an impact on my teammates especially. And I also wasn't really happy that our first game was a loss. But after we won second game, we just got extremely motivated, and we, I think we played pretty well in the third game. So yeah.
Well, certainly better in the third than you did in the first. My question is, how long have you guys been playing together? Was this just a stack thrown together when you got the announcement?
Yeah. We've been playing from like the 5th of January, I think. So pretty new team.
Wow.
That's nice. I had a question too. You know, you guys kept letting Noob get his Lina. Like time after time after time. Was that just confidence and like, you know, yeah, we can handle this? Like, because you guys exude a lot of confidence, especially like watching the pre-interview. Is that what's going on there?
We really didn't care, I think. I don't think we even mentioned that they were going to pick Lina, seeing how we're going to draft against them. So, you know, it didn't even cross our minds, I think. And we didn't think Lina was that big of a threat.
Wow.
Which I think we were right.
I like that. I like that you play your own game of Dota and you don't pay attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got one more question for you. That series was going on, especially that first game, maybe a little bit of the start of the second game. You, my man, were getting tipped quite a bit. And then you guys turned all the tips back around towards the end of the series. Is there anything going on there?
I mean, I think it's because in the interview before the game, I was being a bit cocky, especially also to give my team some confidence. You know, I'd rather say I'm going to defeat the enemies than say I have so much respect for them. It's going to be hard games, etc.
Yeah.
I'd like it for my team to believe themselves. We're going to own these guys. So I think that's why LeBron thought it'd be funny to tip me a lot. But anyway, the enemy team, I have a couple of friends in there too, and I think they're fun and nice people.
Oh,
so
but you guys were all
in good
tipping
fun, I
Lil
think.
Pleb, right? Is that one of your friends on the team, or?
I mean, I think Lil Pleb I know one of the least, I guess.
Oh.
But we just thought it'd be funny to tip Lil Pleb. They were tipping, you know, our +1, me. So we tipped their +1.
Oh, nice. I will just, the final comment for me is, keep that up. I actually didn't think you were cocky at all. I thought you were way too nice. And interviews, they're not meant to be serious, analytical, or whatever. This is your time. This is your promo. Talk some smack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that you gotta be a bit careful, you know. I don't want to go too far, and then if you lose, especially, it's gonna hit twice as hard if you're being cocky beforehand.
No, that's not how I've tried. It's fine.
I mean, I agree to disagree.
Chrysalis, I think you're on the right track here. Don't listen to Kyle as a man who's probably taken it too far one too many times.
I know.
You are a wise man already, I can see. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to have this interview with us, and I hope we get to talk to you a lot more.
Congrats.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I'm sure we will.
Was it sucking up
My
towards
man,
the very end right
Chrysalis
there?
fan here. They're going to take it. He's the best carry in this tournament, and they're going to do. I'd be surprised they lose the game, Cap. Except for that first one.
God, did he just curse them?
He really did.
Hey.
I also feel like Chrysalis, like Kyle may be a big Chrysalis fan here. I'm not sure if Chrysalis was a big Kyle fan.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, indeed.
Yeah.
Happens. It's okay. You can win it back with all your words of praise from here on out.
Yeah. You know,
You've got enough fans.
You don't want to have too many fans. It gets tough to manage all the expectations.
Yeah, you got to have some haters. You can't have only fans, you know? So I think with that, the series is, man, that's our first day.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, guys. First day of the European DPC here at DreamLeague, powered by Intel. That's it. 2-1. Congratulations to Creepwave. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast, and I hope you guys are looking forward to, like we did with that post-game interview. I think it's great to be able to learn about some of these new up-and-coming players. That'll be fun.
And if you tweet at me, you'll save me a lot of time. Ask questions you want to ask the players. I'll ask some of them because Lord knows that's easier than I have to think of them myself. And, we'll see you tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day.
We live here now.
And the next day and the next day.
Thank you for coming to DreamLeague. Please.
And the next day.
Kyle, stop trying to outsource your job.
Send help.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
face of it all, and I know everything is gonna be okay. Superstitions only in our brains, drugs. Tame is tame as far as we know. Switching up all of our clothes, and it goes around and around it goes. Drowning out is a one-man show. Drugs. It's drugs. It's drugs. It's drugs. It's drugs. It's drugs. It's trust. It's trust. It's trust. It's trust. It's trust. White eyes at the crack of dawn. Aliens at the base of it all. Everything is gonna
Thanks for subscribing. Cree S's Trace just subscribed.